Hi everyone, and welcome to this series of videos. In this series of videos, we're going to be putting together a REST API with the Django REST Framework. Django REST Framework is a set of tools that allows you to build a REST API on top of the Django Web Framework. It gives you a set of tools that enables you to implement the best practices while building a REST API. So we're going to look into the various concepts involved while building a REST API with Django and Django REST Framework. So the source code for this is going to be the GitHub repo, which I'm going to leave in the description. Feel free to follow along. We also have the API deployed live on Heroku, which is a platform as a service tool that allows us to build and deploy our applications in a very easy way. We're going to look into how to deploy this application to Heroku as well as to document it. So for example, here on the docs endpoint, we have the documentation of our API in Swagger. So the purpose of doing this is to allow front-end developers to make use of our API without having to be confused about what each endpoint does. So right here we have the different endpoints that are associated with our API. So we have those that are specific to authentication as well as those that are specific to orders. So what we're going to do is to implement some of these. So let me actually show you how some of these endpoints work. So right here we have the authentication endpoint. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create a user. So I'm going to go to the sign up endpoint and I say try it out. So right in here, what I'll do is to come and let's say register with a username. So the first username I'm going to provide is going to be Jonathan. And then let's say I provide an email. So I'm going to provide our email as let's say Jonathan, let's say at gmail.com. So what I'm going to say is gmail.com. So I provide the phone number. So we're going to look into how to also implement phone number fields with Django. So in this case, I'm going to provide my number as 08. So I'm going to provide the phone number. And after providing the phone number, I'll also provide a password. So let's say I provide my password as password. And then let's say 123. So after providing this password, I'll click execute. And this is going to go ahead and create the user. So for the user to log in, we're going to use JWT Authentication. So a user logs in with their credentials and then accesses a token pair. So this token pair has a refresh and an access token. So let's go ahead and do that. So using our email and our password, we're going to be able to access the different endpoints that are protected on our application. So when I go to authorize, we are going to provide a bearer and then the API key, which is going to be our access token. So what I'm going to do is to get an access token. So I'll go to auth JWT create, and when I try this out, we provide our email. So I'll provide an email. So I'm going to say Jonathan35 at gmail.com, and as well provide my password. So when I provide my password, I'll come and say the password is password 123. So after doing this, I'll go ahead and execute. Now since this user exists, we are going to get a token pair. We are going to get an access as well as a refresh token. So I'll copy the access token. And right after copying this access token, I'm going to go to our authorize button. And within our authorize button, I'm going to authorize and access the different protected endpoints of the application. So in this case, I'm going to say bearer and then the token. So I'll authorize. And this is going to give us access to the various protected endpoints of our application. So let's say I wanted to get a list of all orders made. So I'll go to the get all orders endpoint and let's try it out. So when I execute, since we don't have any created orders on our API in production, it's going to return an empty list. So this series of videos is going to be dedicated to those who want to learn the Django REST framework, as well as those who want to gain some knowledge about the Django REST framework. Thank you for watching, and if you're new to this channel, please consider subscribing as it helps me out, and also leave a like, comment about what you feel about this video. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video we're going to set up our application. So we're going to be setting up our Django application and setting up our database as well as the different things that we may need. So right now I have an empty folder opened within our Visual Studio Code. So the first thing is yours is to create a virtual environment. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm using Bash, and feel free to use CMD or PowerShell. For me, I'm using Bash because I'm on Linux. So what I'm going to do is to run Python 3 because I'm on Linux, then -m, then I'll say venv, and this is going to create our virtual environment as env because we need to call virtual env as a command. So then I'm specifying that my virtual environment is going to be located within the folder env. Now, right after running this, we have a folder called env, and this is what we are going to have as our virtual environment. So I'm also going to set this up as what we're going to use as our virtual environment. So right after doing that, then the next thing is going to be to activate this. So I'll say source env, and when you're on Windows, you have something like scripts. I'm on Linux, so I'm going to have something like bin, and then I'll run the activate script, and it's going to activate my virtual environment. Now right here you can see that our virtual environment has been activated. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to install Django. So I'll go ahead and say pip install Django. So this is going to go ahead and install Django within our virtual environment. Now, after installing Django, I'm going to go ahead and set up our Django project. So think of a Django project as what is going to contain all our configurations for our project. And onto this project, we're going to be able to plug in multiple applications containing different functionalities. So the first thing I'm going to do is to run the command Django admin. So every time you install Django, you get access to the Django admin command that you're going to run to start a project. So you need to say Django admin, then run the command start project, and then specify the name of the project that I want to create. So in this case, it's going to be pizza or pizza, whatever you want to call it. Then I'll also specify that I want this project to be created within our current directory. So the reason that's why I'm saying dot is because I want to get access to the money.py file, but I want to do that within our folder. So when I press enter, you currently see that our money.py file is actually located in our root project folder. So you need to go ahead and check if our Python installation has worked. So I'll run Python 3 money.py and then run server. Now this is going to run our server. So right now our server is running at localhost 8000. So I'll press Ctrl and click to access our server. And when you see this screen, our Django installation has worked successfully. Now, when we create our Django project, we have access to our money.py file, which is going to be the administrative file for the entire project. So right now, if I stop the server and run Python 3 money.py and then got the different options, so we can see the different options such as flash, inspect db, and so on. Those commands are going to help us to administer our application. Now within our pizza project, we have the different files. So the different files are settings, urls, wsgi, and so on. So the most important file right in here is going to be our settings file, as it's going to help us to set up our application. So we're going to write the different configurations that we want for our Python Django app within our settings.py. So I'm going to close our terminal. Now I'm going to remove these comments. Now the first thing we're going to do is to set up some of these configurations as environment variables. We may want to do this so that we keep our application secure and we don't expose these different secrets to external parties. So chances are high that you may put our code in a public repository and you may want to keep something secret. So what I'm going to do is to install Python decouple, a tool that's going to help us to make this environment variables secret. So I need to pull up my terminal, and what I'll do is to say pip install Python. So in this case, I'm going to say Python decouple, and this is going to go ahead and install Python decouple within our virtual environment. Now after installing Python decouple, the next thing we're going to do is to set up our environment variables. So we're going to create a file right in here, and I'm going to call that file .env. So this .env file is going to be the one to keep our virtual our environment variables in our development setting. So right in here, we're going to be able to paste this and copy and paste some of these environment variables from our settings.py into our .env file. So I'll go to settings, and the first thing I'm going to do is to remove our secret key from our settings. So we need to put our secret key right in here. So we need to replace this default secret key with what we're going to write within our environment variables. So I'm going to use Python secrets to generate a random hexadecimal value that we're going to use as our secret. So within our Python terminal, I'm going to type in Python, and this is going to give us access to the Python interactive shell. So I'm going to import secrets. And right after importing secrets, I'm going to go ahead and generate a random hexadecimal value. So I'll say secrets.token, and in this case I want to generate hex, so I'll specify the length, so I'll say 12, and this is going to generate this hexadecimal value. So I'll copy it, and right after copying it, actually I'm going to copy it with Ctrl+Shift+C, and right after copying it, then I'm going to go and replace this within our .env file. So I'll say the secret key is equal to the random hexadecimal value. And right after setting it, then I'm going to go and access this within our settings file. So to access this, I'm going to be making use of config, which comes from decouple. So I'm going to go to the top of our file and then say from decouple, I'm going to import config. And right after importing config, then I'm going to go ahead and specify that we want to access our secret key. So I'll say that our secret key is equal to config. Then I'm going to basically pass in the key, which is the name of our secret key. So this is going to be secret key. So I'm going to also look for other environment variables. So we may want to set debug to true in development and then set it false in production. So I'm also going to copy our debug value. So I'm going to remove this and then say, in this case, we're going to have our debug value as debug. So I'm going to also set this within our .env. So I'll say debug is going to be equal to true. This is for our development environment. So right here, I may say config is equal to debug, but by default, our Python decouple gets it as a string from our .env. So we have to specify which type to cast it to in case we want it as a boolean. So I'll come right in here and say cast is going to be equal to a boolean. So when I save this, I'm going to go and basically look at other settings. So right in here, we don't have any other settings. These database settings will change when we reach the time for deploying. So hoping that everything is running fine, I'm just going to pull up my terminal, stop the interactive shell with Ctrl+Z, and run our server again. So right now, we're going to run our server with Python, money.py, and then run server. And this is telling us that we have 18 unapplied migrations. So I'm going to stop this. And when I stop this, I'm going to run our migration. So I'm going to run Python 3 money.py, and then this is going to be migrate, and this is going to go ahead and apply our different migrations on our database. So right after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and set up the different applications we want for our project. So the first application I'm going to set up is one for our authentication. So the authentication application is going to have the different logic for creating users as well as signing in users, as well as our JWT authentication specific routes. So right in here, what I'm going to do is to say Python 3 money.py, and then I'll go ahead and run the command start app, and then the name of the app we want to create. So in this case, we want to create the auth app. So I'm going to call this authentication. So I'll call the app authentication, and this is going to go ahead and create our authentication app. So if I check in our folders, right here we have our app created. So the app has different files such as the models where I describe our database, the views which contain the different views that we're going to create that are going to return HTTP responses, as well as the admin that's going to help us to register our models so that we can be able to access them on our admin side. So we have the apps which contains the different config that's going to help us to access our app at the project level. So actually what I'm going to do is to copy this app name, and right after copying this, the name of this configuration, I'm going to go ahead and register this app within our settings. So I'm going to go to settings.py, and I'll look into our installed apps list and then be able to add our app. So I'm going to come right in here and basically paste this. So I'm going to access this class by referring to the app name, then the apps section, the apps module in which it's located. So I'll come and say this is going to be authentication. So within authentication, then you're going to go to apps. So I'll say dot apps and then dot authentication. So this is going to actually be dot authentication config. So I'm going to save. I'm also going to go ahead and create our orders application. So I'm going to come and open the terminal. I'll do the same thing for our orders app. So I'll come and say orders. So when I run this, we now see that our orders app has also been created. So I'll do the same thing. I'll go to our apps.py within our orders and then copy the orders config. Now to register this, I'm going to head over to our settings.py file, and I'll do the same thing. So I'll come and say, so in this case the app name is orders, then I'll specify that the module is apps. Actually it's going to be apps, and then we shall paste in the name of our config. Right now I'm going to save. So right after saving, the next thing we're going to do is to be able to create our first API views. So I'm going to run our file. So I'll say python3 money.py and run server. So right now we can see that our server is running successfully, so we don't have any errors. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and install Django REST Framework. Now, as I said in the introduction, Django REST Framework is a set of tools that's going to allow us to use Django to build our API. So I'm going to go ahead and install it. So right now, if I run pip this, we are going to see the different things we've installed for our app, but we don't have Django REST Framework. So to install Django REST Framework, I'm going to say pip 3 install. Then I'm installing Django REST Framework. So this is going to go ahead and install Django REST Framework. Now after installing Django REST Framework, I'm going to basically create our requirements.txt that's going to contain the different dependencies for our application. So I'll say pip 3 and then freeze. So I'm going to direct it to the requirements.txt file. So this requirements.txt file is going to be created as well as edited. So for example, if I open the requirements.txt file, I'm going to see the different things we've installed, which includes Django REST Framework, and all the other project dependencies. So now let's go ahead and make use of Django REST Framework. So the first thing I'm going to do is to add Django REST Framework to the list of our installed apps. So I'm going to go to our installed apps list, and then what I'll do is to add our REST Framework. Actually, I'm going to separate these apps. So I'll say these are going to be our third-party apps. So the first I'm going to add is going to be our REST framework. Now after doing this, we get access to all the functionality that Django REST Framework comes with. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and create simple API views that we may use to basically test if our apps are working. So I'm going to start with our authentication app. I'm going to go to our authentication views. And then within our authentication views, we are going to create our first API view. So what I'll do is to come and so I'm going to make use of Django's generic views most of the time. So I'll come and say from REST framework. Actually, I'm going to make use of REST framework is generic views. So this is going to be REST framework. I'm going to import the generic views. So these are going to be the generics. And right after doing this thing, we're going to create our first generic view. So I'm going to say create a class then this class is going to be a generic API view. So I'm going to say it's going to be a hello. I may call it a hello auth view. So I'm just going to call it a hello auth view. And what this is going to be, it's going to be a generic API view. So I'm going to say generics dot generic. So this is going to be a generic API view. And right after doing this, I'm going to specify the method. So in this case, we're going to just specify the get method, and then it's going to take in a request. Then we're going to return a response. So REST framework allows us to return responses and determine which kind of data and the status that we expect as a response. So we're going to import response from REST framework. So I'll say from REST framework dot response. I'm going to go ahead and import our. So this is actually going to be our response class. So it's going to be response. So I'll come and return our response, and then the first thing we're going to specify is the data that you want to return for this response. So we say the data is going to be a simple dictionary containing a message, and then we're also going to specify that our message is going to be hello auth. So I'm also going to go ahead and specify the status we want to return this with. Now the beauty with REST framework is that it allows us to be able to get statuses. So I can say our status is going to be equal to. So I'm going to also import status from REST framework, and then go ahead and basically give information about the status that we want to return in this response. So I'm going to go ahead and specify. So basically it's going to be our message. Actually our status is going to be an attribute to the response, going to be an attribute to the response. So I'll say that our status is going to be equal to. So I'll specify that this is going to be status dot HTTP. Then the status is going to be 200, and then okay. So this means that we are returning a message of hello auth and with the status code of HTTP 200. And this is going to be okay. So for our API view to work, we're going to need to register this to actually map it to a URL so that we'll be able to access it on our API. So I'll go within our authentication application and then create a new file. So we're going to call this file urls.py. And within urls.py, I'm going to write the different URL patterns that are going to contain to be of the authentication app. So I'll come and say from Django.urls, I'm going to import I'm going to import path. Now path is going to allow us to basically map each view function or each API view to a URL that you're going to access on our API. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create a list. So this list is going to be a list of URL patterns. So I'm going to say URL patterns is going to be a list. And now this list is going to contain the different URL patterns. So for us to create a URL, we're going to specify our path, and then we're going to also dictate the regular expression of that specific URL. So in this case, it's going to be our root URL. So we may actually call this auth. And then actually, let's say this is going to be at our root of our authentication URLs. And then we're going to go ahead and specify our view. So I'm going to import our view. So I'll say from dot, which is our current folder. I'm going to go ahead and import our views. So I'll say from dot import views. And then right here, what I'll say is views. Then we're going to import the hello auth view. Then since it's a class-based view, we shall need to get it as function-based view. So we have a method called that dot as view method. Then we're going to also specify a name. So in this case, I may provide the name as, let's say, hello auth. Now, after doing this, then what I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically register these URLs onto our main app. So if I go to our main app, which is our pizza, this is actually our project. So when I go to the project's URLs, so right here we can register different URLs of every application that we have. So I'm going to remove this comment. And the first thing I'm going to do is to import include. Now the include function helps us to be able to access URLs in external apps. So what I'm going to do is to import include. and then go ahead and basically add this onto our URL pattern. So I'll say path and then specify that these are going to be the auth route, so they'll be accessed on the prefix of /auth. So then I'll go ahead and include our URLs from our authentication app. So in this case, I'll say include and then specify the module. In this case, it's going to be authentication. Then we're going to specify the module containing our URLs. So I'll say .urls. Now this is going to be looking for the urls.py file within our authentication app. And as long as this urls.py file contains the URL patterns, then those URLs are going to be accessed on our API. So when I save this, hoping that our server is running, I'm actually just going to run it. So when I run our server, nothing is wrong. So when I head over to our browser and refresh, so right now we don't have any URLs. So when I head over to the /auth, in this case we see that our API is returning a message of hello auth. So the beauty with Django REST Framework is that it has this browsable API that we can use out of the box. So right now we have our message as hello auth. So let's do the same thing for our orders. So I'll head over to our orders.py. So I'm actually going to copy the same functionality. So what I'll do is to copy the code right in here, and I'll use the same code. I'll change a few things. So I'll go to views.py, and then right in here within our views, I'm going to basically change a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to change is going to be the name of our class. So this is going to be hello order view, and then right in here I'm going to also change hello orders, and this is going to return the same status code. So when I save, I'm also going to go ahead and create a urls.py. So this is going to be urls.py, and then I'm also going to copy the same URLs. So I'll go to our authentication app. I'll do the same thing. So when I go to our URLs for orders, I'll paste the same thing. Now, instead of hello auth, what I'm going to do is to call hello. So this will be hello order view, and this will be the same. So when I go to our main project, which is pizza, and I go to urls.py, I'm also going to go ahead and include the same URL. So in this case, we're going to access all order endpoints on the /orders prefix. So shall access all of them here. So I'll have this is going to be include, then I'll include orders dot URLs. And I'm going to go ahead and save this. So when I go to our client here, when I refresh, when we open our server, so I'm going to go to localhost 8000/orders, and in this case we're going to get hello orders. In this video we've been able to set up our program. So we have been able to set up our project, we have been able to set up our different applications and our different environment variables. Thank you for watching, and if you liked this video, please go and leave a like. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, I'm going to go ahead and set up our database model. For the previous video, we created our different applications, which were the authentication as well as the order application. So I'm going to go ahead and set up our database model. So right here, I have a simple model of how our database is going to be. We're going to have two tables. We're going to have a user table, which is going to be the table containing all the information that's going to be specific to the user accounts, as well as the order table, which is going to have the different information for every order. So right now we see that our user table is going to be a custom user model containing a username, an email, a phone number, and a password. It's also going to contain other extra fields as Django provides. Now the Django default authentication user model is kind of sufficient for most use cases, but then in case we want to customize it, we can build on top of it so that we create our own custom user model, as we're going to see. Now we also have our order table, which has the different fields such as the size, the order status, the flavor of the pizza, the quantity, and created art, updated art, which are date time objects. We also have the user ID, which is just a foreign key to the user table. Now for the order status, we have this different status. For example, when we make an order, it is pending, it hasn't been attended to. We can also have the order in transit. We can have the order delivered. Now we also have the pizza sizes, which are small, medium, large, and extra large. So we're going to look into how to implement these tables in this video. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll head over to our Visual Studio Code. And right here, I'm going to go to our authentication. So within our authentication is where we're going to write a different logic for our user creation. So I'm going to head over to models.py within our authentication. And then we're going to go ahead and create our custom Django user model. So to do that, what I'll do is to import the abstract user class from Django from the Django authentication model. So what I'll do is say from Django. We are going to go to contrib, then .auth, then .models. We are going to import our abstract user. So this is going to be the model from which we are going to inherit, and then we go ahead and build our custom user model. So we're also going to create a manager that's going to dictate how we're going to create our super users as well as the normal users of our application. So I'm also going to import the base user manager class from Django that's going to help us to do this. So I'll say from Django.contrib. So in this case, we're going to say it's also going to be from auth. So then I also say .base user. We are going to go ahead and import our base. So this is going to be base user manager. And after importing this, we're going to go ahead and make sure that we create our custom user model. So the first thing is to create a manager, and the manager is going to basically dictate how our user objects are going to be created. So the first thing I'll do is to create our base user class. So I'll create our custom user manager. So I'm going to call it custom user manager. So this custom user manager is going to inherit from base user manager. And after doing this, we're going to override two methods. So the methods we're going to override are the create user method as well as the create super user method. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create a create user method, which will take in self, which is the object that shall be creating, and then it's going to take in the different fields, the different required fields. So in this case, we're going to have the email as well as the password. Then we shall also supply extra fields, so there are going to be those extra fields associated with the user model. So we're going to also provide them, so we shall provide extra fields. So I'm going to pass this for now, and we're also going to create our, so let me enlarge this so that you guys can see. So we're going to also create our super user, so I'll call create super user. It's also going to take in the same fields. So I'm also going to pass this for now. Now the first thing we're going to do is to go ahead and create our create user field. So the create user field, the create user function or method in this case is one that's going to allow us to create a user object. So it's going to take in the email, the password, and other extra fields as we're going to see. So let me first close this. Okay, now after closing those, now we have our create user field. So within our create user field, we are going to check if the email is null and then raise a value error in case we have not provided an email. So I'm going to import you get lazy text, you get text lazy from Django translation, so that it helps us to throw this value error. So I'll come at the top of our code, and what I'll say is from Django .utils. So I'm going to go to translations. So I'm going to import you get text lazy as underscore. So what the first thing we're going to be able to check is if we have not provided an email. So I'll say if not email. What I'll do is to come and basically raise a value error. So what I'll say is raise a value error, and then what I'll do is to basically give an inappropriate, so just like you see, an inappropriate argument value of correct type. So in this case, we don't have an email, so I'm going to raise an error in case they haven't provided an email. So I'm going to say email should be provided. And right after doing this, then the next thing we're going to also do is to normalize our email. So normalizing the email takes in the email that we provided and then turns the domain part of the email into lowercase. So I'll do is to come and say that our email is going to be equal to self.normalize email. Then we're going to pass in the email that we provide. Now after doing that, we're going to create our user based on our email and our extra fields. So what we're going to do is to say that our new user is going to be equal to self.model. So we're going to take in the model that this manager is going to work on, which is going to be our custom user model. And then what we're going to pass in is the email. So we have an email right now. And then the extra fields. So now after passing the email, the next thing we're going to do is to set the password for this currently created user. So we're going to say new user dot set password, and then we're going to say that we're going to set the password. So the set password function basically gets the new user and then hashes the password for them and then stores that password in the database. So we're going to call the new user dot save to finally save this user to our database. Now this function is just simply going to return the newly created user. And after doing that, then let's go ahead and implement our create super user function. So the create super user function is going to go ahead and create a super user for us. And this is only called in case we use the create user command with python money.py. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. So the first thing we need to do is to set our extra fields. So right here, our create user function basically takes care of our required fields, but the create super user takes care of both the required fields as well as those fields that are extra fields. So in this case, we're going to set our extra fields. So the first thing we're going to do is to set, so I'll say extra fields dot set default, and then we're going to pass in the key. So in this case, the first extra field we're going to set is staff, and then we're going to set this to true. And what this is doing is to set the extra field is staff to true, which means that our super user is a staff user. So we're also going to set another extra field. So I'll say extra fields dot set default, and then in this case we're going to set the super user, then we shall also set it to true. So I'm also going to do the same thing for is active. So I'll say set default, sorry for that. So this is going to be is active, and then I'll go ahead and set this to true. Now after doing this, then what I'm going to do is to check if any of this is left as false, then raise a value error. So in this case, I'll first check. So I'll say extra fields.get is staff. If it's not equal to true, so if I can say is not true, this is basically checking if this boolean is not true. Then what we shall do is to raise a value error. So I'm going to raise a value error. And then this value error is going to take in, so I'm going to use view get text lazy, and then I'll basically say you may set. Actually, what I'm going to do is to say that super user should have is staff as true. So I'll do the same thing for the other extra fields. So I'll say if extra fields.get is super user is not true, I'll raise the same value error. So I'll come and say raise, and in this case we're going to raise a value error, which is that. Then also going to do the same thing for is active. So I'll say if extra fields.get, in this case what we're going to get is active. So what I'll do is come and say is active. Then it's not true, so what we shall do is to raise value error, and then this is going to be super user should have is active set to true. Now after checking for all this and setting all these extra fields, the next thing we're going to do is basically make use of our create user method to create a super user with the extra fields that we have set being equal to true. So we shall simply come and return self, then we shall call our create user method. So we're going to call create user. Then it's going to take in the email and the password as given as parameters right here, then plus the extra fields that we have set right here. Now after doing this, then what we're going to do is to basically implement our custom user model. So I'm going to come just below our manager, and the first thing I'm going to do is to create a class. So this class is going to be our user class, and it's going to inherit from abstract user. So I'm going to say this is going to be from abstract user. So after inheriting from abstract user, then we're going to go ahead and implement the various fields here. So the first thing we're going to do is to implement our username field. So our username is going to be models.field, and then right in here we're going to set the max length. So I'm going to say that the max length is going to be equal to 25. And then we shall also have it being unique. So we shall say that unique is going to be true. Then we're also going to provide our email. So I'm going to come and say our email is going to be models dot. So in this case, we're going to call it an email field. So in this case, we're going to have an email field. And then we shall set the max length of this. So I'm going to say max length is going to be equal to, so let's say the longest email should be 80 characters long, and this is also going to be unique, so we're going to set this to true. And right after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and basically also set our phone number. So to use phone numbers, we're going to make use of a special package that's called Django phone number field. So let's go and look at it. So when I type Django phone number field, so we're going to head over to the documentation. So the Django phone number field allows us to implement a phone number field that gives us the ability to basically check if a phone number is valid or not. So this field is specific to only saving phone number fields. So let's go ahead and look into how to install this. So I'm going to come right here, and the installation is as simple as copying this. So I'm going to copy this command. Then I pull up my terminal. And then within our terminal, within our virtual environment, I'm going to paste this command. So this is going to go ahead and install our Django phone number field. So after installing our Django phone number field, we're going to go ahead and basically implement our phone number. So I'll create a field phone number, and then this is going to be equal to, so I'm going to import the phone number field from Django phone number field. So I'll come here and say from Django, actually this is going to be from phone number field, then dot model fields. So it's going to actually be from model, let me check here. So this is going to be from phone number field dot model fields. Then you're going to go ahead and this is going to be model fields. We are going to import the phone number field. So this is going to be our model field for phone numbers. So this is going to be phone number field. So I'll come and add that field here. So this is going to be our phone number field. So I'll come and basically add this. So here we're going to specify the following. So I'm going to say that we're going to have null as false, meaning that we shouldn't have this as null. Then we're also going to have this as unique, so we're going to set it as unique. So after setting this as unique, then we're going to also basically, since we are building on top of our user model, then we do not require to have an extra password field, as it's going to be part of our user model. So the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically go and create a field that actually a method that's going to return string representations of our users. So what I'm going to do here is to come, you actually see it's going to be phone number field. If I check here, have our phone number field. Yeah. So after doing that, then I'll just simply create our str. So I'm going to create a method. It's going to be our dunder str method, and this dunder str method is going to take in self. So it's going to simply return a string representation of every user object that we're going to create. So in this case, we're going to just simply return, we're going to return f string. So this is going to be a user object, and then we're going to simply return self.email. So after creating our custom user field, we may also need to create the required fields as well as to set up our email field. Now in this case, we're going to use our email field as our username field as our email, so that we may use our email to log in into our system. So what I'm going to do is to set our username field. So this is going to be our username field, and this is going to be our email. Then I'm also going to set, so this is going to be email. Then I'm also going to go ahead and set our required fields. Now these required fields are the ones that we shall require our user to provide in case we are signing up a user. So I'll come and say required fields, and this is going to be a list of required fields. Now in this case, we're going to provide the username, as well as we're going to also provide our phone number. So I'll come and say phone number. Now after doing this, the next thing we're going to do is to basically go ahead and migrate this into our database. So every time we create a model with Django, we go ahead and migrate this into our database, so that we create a migration for it, and then we migrate that migration into our database. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, I'm going to pull up my terminal, and the first thing I'm going to do is to run the command python3 manage.py, and then make migration. It's going to be make migrations, and then I point to the specific app that contains the migration that you want to create. So in this case, it's going to be authentication. So after doing this, I'm going to press enter. So we have models not defined. Actually, what we did is it's supposed to import models. So I'll say from Django.db, we are going to import our models. So I need to come and run this. So when you run authentication, so right here we have a specific error that's saying reverse accessor for authentication.user.groups clashes with reverse accessor for user.groups. So to fix this error, what you're going to do is to go ahead and set up our auth user model within our settings. So the auth user model setting basically specifies which kind of user model that you're going to use, which kind of custom user model you're going to use. So I'm going to head over to our settings.py. That's within our pizza project. So within our settings, I'm going to go and add one important setting. So that important setting is going to be our auth user model. And then we set that up is to write the app in which we have our default user model. So that is our authentication app. And then you go ahead and specify which model is going to act as our custom user model. So I'll say .user. So when I save this, I'm going to run our migrations again. So when I run our make migrations, so in this case, it's going to go ahead and create our user model migration. So our migration is located within our authentication and then within our migrations. So if we go and look into our migrations file right here, we have the different specified. So right here, as you can observe, we have the different fields that you specified, as well as other extra fields that you specified in our create user function. So when I close this, we're going to go ahead and write this onto our database. So the first thing I'm going to do is to run python3 manage.py and then migrate. So this is going to go ahead and basically migrate our database. So right here we have migration one initial, which basically which is inconsistent, so it's basically clashing with our initial migrations. So to get rid of that, the beauty with Django is we can use an SQLite database for our development. So what I can do is to actually go ahead and remove our database. I'm going to delete our database and recreate it again. So to migrate our database, I'll just run python 3 manage.py and then migrate. So this is going to go ahead and create our database tables once again. So right now we've been able to create our custom user model. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create our admin. So I'll go ahead and say python 3 manage.py and then I'll go ahead and run this with create super user. So this is going to prompt us. So we have our email. So I'm going to provide our email. So I'm going to provide the email as admin at app.com. And then we're also going to provide our username. So the username is going to be admin. So I'll provide a phone number. So let's say 256 709 Actually, it's going to be 709 So I'll also provide a password. And then go ahead as well provide another password. So right now we've provided a password that is too common, but I'll say yes. So this is going to go ahead and create our super user. So to create, to access our admin dashboard, you're going to actually, Django comes with an admin dashboard that we shall use to create, read, update, and delete our models. So I'm going to access that with running our server. So I'll run python 3 manage.py, run server. And then right here, this is going to go ahead and run our server. So I'll go to localhost 8000. So when I go back to our browser, which is Chrome, so in this case, I'm going to go to localhost 8000/admin. And then this will give us access to our admin. So I'm going to log in with the credentials, admin at app.com, and our password, which is password123. So when I log in, this is going to give us access to our admin dashboard. So after doing this, we are going to go ahead and basically register our user model so that we can be able to control our user accounts on our admin dashboard. So to do that, I'm going to go to our Visual Studio Code, and then within our Visual Studio Code, I'm going to go to our admin module within our authentication app. So within admin, the first thing I'm going to do is to basically to register our model. So I'll import our model, which is our custom user model. So I'll say from .models, meaning from the models module within our current folder. I'm going to go ahead and import the user model. So right after importing the user model, I'm going to go ahead and register it with admin.site.register, and then I'll go ahead and register the user model. So when I save this, our development server is running, and head over to our Django admin. So when I refresh, we now have access to our custom user model. So if I check for the current users, we only have the admin user created. So we can see the various information that the user has. So in this video, we've been able to set up our custom user and set up our database as well. In the next video, we're going to go ahead and create our order model. So thank you for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video, all you can do is to leave a like. Please comment on what you feel, and thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In the last video, we created our custom user model. Now went ahead and also registered our model so that we can access it on the admin panel or our admin dashboard. So in this video, we're going to look at how to create our order model as well as to customize our admin model. So what I'm going to do is to go to our order application. So I'm going to go to orders, and within models.py, we're going to write our order application. Now I'm going to open up my documentation for the orders we created. So I created them using draw.io. I'm going to open the diagram. which is this. So just like you can see here, we created a simple documentation of how we want our model to be. Now we're going to be implementing the order table. So what I'm going to do is to create our model. So I'm going to create a class, and this is going to be a class of order. So this class is going to inherit from models.model. And the first thing we're going to do is to put into consideration the relationship between the user as well as the order table. So one thing we can see here is that we have a one-to-many relationship between the users and the orders. So that means a user can have very many orders. So what we're going to do is to import our user model. So Django gives us a very important function called the getUser model that can help us to access our user model even without having to call that same user model. So to do that, we are going to import the getUser model. So what I'm going to do is to say from Django.contrib.auth. So we're going to go .contrib.auth. We're going to import the getUser model. And after importing the getUser model, then we're going to create a user class using the getUser model. So right here, I'll say that our user is going to be equal to get. So we're just going to call a getUser model function. So I'm going to say getUser model. And right after doing that, then we're going to first create a field for our customer. So customer is going to be that person who is going to create an order. So we shall say that our customer is going to be equal to models.foreign key. So in this case, this is going to be foreign key. The first thing we have to specify is the model to which this is a foreign key to. So this is going to be a foreign key to the user model. And then you have to specify that when we delete, what happens. So when we delete an order or when we delete a user, we expect that the orders attached to that specific user are also deleted. So to specify that, we are going to say on delete, and this is going to be equal to models.cascade. So right after doing that, we're going to also write other fields. So the first thing we're going to do is to specify our order sizes. So I'm going to come and say, call this field size. And this is going to be models.character field. So this is going to be models.character field, which is the same thing as a string field. Then we're going to specify the max length. So in this case, we're going to have our max length. So I'll set our max length as 20. So basically give it 20. And then I'll say that this is not going to be null. So this by default, this is not going to be null. And it's also going to be choices. So right here we have the different choices. You have small, medium, large, and extra large. So the way Django handles choices is that we create a tuple. That tuple has the different keys and the different values for whatever size we may have. So I'm going to come right here and I'm going to create the tuple. I'm going to call it sizes. And then this sizes is going to be a tuple. So this tuple is going to contain the various sizes of our pizza. So the first thing we're going to do is to add the small. So I'm going to give a key of small. And then I'm going to access small by setting the value as small. So I'm going to do the same thing for medium. I'm going to do the same thing for large. So this is going to be large. And I'm going to do the same thing for extra large. So this is going to be extra large. And right after doing this, then I'll come and specify that our choices, so this is going to be choices. So our choices is going to be equal to sizes. And right after doing that, I'll go ahead and do the same thing for our order statuses. Now here I have pending, in transit, and delivered. So I'll come right here and specify. So I'll come and say that our order statuses, so I'm going to call this order statuses. And actually, let me just call it order status. So right here, the first thing we're going to have is pending. So we shall have pending, and then we're also going to have this is going to be in transit. So we're going to call this in transit. This is going to be in transit. Then we're also going to have delivered. So I'm going to set this to delivered. Now after doing that, then we're going to do the same thing. So I'll come and say order status is going to be equal to models dot character field. We're going to specify our max length as 20. Then we also give the choices as our order status. Now after doing this, we're going to also specify our quantity. So I'm just going to come right here and say quantity is going to be equal to models dot integer field. Now one thing we've forgotten to do is to specify the default for these choices. So what I'm going to do is to come and provide a default. Now in this case, we expect the default to be the small size. So I'll say default is going to be equal to, so we're going to access the first choice, which is going to be small. So the way we access values within tuples is similar to how we access them in lists. So we use indices. So what I'm going to do is to come and say this is going to be sizes, and then we shall have to access the first size, and then access the value of that first size. So I'll do the same thing for order statuses. So I'll come right here, and what I'll do is to say that the default, so I'm just going to minimize this so that we can be able to see. So we're going to set the default as, so in this case our default is going to be order status 0, and then we shall also set this to 0, meaning that our first order status is going to be pending. So by default, we expect our order status to be pending. So what I'm going to do is to also create this created at. So created at is just going to be a date time field. So I'll say created, sorry for this. So this is going to be created at, and this is going to be models dot date. So this will be models.datetime field. And then what I'll specify is auto now at equals true. So this means that every time we create an order, it's going to track the time at which we created that order. So also say updated at. So this is going to keep track of wherever we shall update an order. So this is going to be models.datetime field, and then I'll specify auto now equal to true. Now the difference between auto now add and auto now is add is called every time we create an object, while auto now is called every time we update an object. So I'll go ahead and also create our function that's basically going to define how we get string representations of our model object. So I'll say def. So this is going to be str, and shall say self, then simply just going to return an f string. So this f string is going to contain the information about an order. So shall say, in this case what we want to return is going to be order. So in this case we just want to return the size. So I'll say order size by, so in this case what I'll do is to say so I'll say self dot customer dot id. So after doing this, I'm going to save, and the first thing we're going to do is to create a database migration for this. So I'll stop our server and say python 3 manage.py, and then what I'm going to do is to create a migration. So in this case I'm going to say make migrations, sorry for that, and then I'll specify the app for which we're going to make this migration. So this is going to be our orders app. So this is going to create our migration. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to write this migration to our database. So I'll come and say python 3 manage.py and then migrate. So this is going to go ahead and write our order model to our database. Now the next thing we're going to do is to register our model with our admin interface. So I'm going to come and, so let me first close this. And after closing this, I'm going to head over to our files, and then I'll go to admin.py within our orders app. So what I'm going to do is to come right here, and the first thing we're going to do is to register our admin dashboard. Now, for the previous video, we went ahead and registered our user model in the admin, but it did not carry out different customizations on how we are going to use our admin. Now, the good thing about our admin panel within Django is that it's very nice that we can customize it to our needs. So in this video, we're going to look at how we can customize our order model on our admin. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is to import our order model. So I'll say from dot models. I'm going to import our order. Sorry for that. So it's going to be our order. And after doing that, then we're going to go ahead and register it with our admin. So the first thing we're going to do is to call the admin.register. So we're going to decorate a class of our order admin, and then we go ahead and specify the different customizations. So the first thing I'm going to do is to say at admin.register, and then I'm going to specify the model that you're going to register. So in this case, I'm going to call our order model. And after doing that, then what I'm going to do is to write our class. So in this case, we're going to create our class. I'm going to call it our order admin. So every time we want to create our custom admin, then you're going to create a class that's going to inherit from admin.model admin. And as long as we have decorated that class with admin.register, then we can go ahead and create the different customizations for a specific object. So what I'll do is to come right here, and the first thing I'm going to specify is the list display. So the list display is the list of fields that you may want to show on our admin interface. So if I say that the fields that we want to display, so I'll go to models.py, and let's say I want to display the size, the order status, and the quantity. So I'll come right here and say we want to display the size, the order status. So I'll come and say order status, and the quantity. So let's say we also want to display the, actually let's first display this. So when I save this, I'm going to run our server again with python manage.py run server. So when you head over to our Chrome, right here, when I refresh, we are going to have our orders as well added to our admin section. So when I go to our orders, I'm going to create a new order. So I'll come and create a new order. So I'll come specify the customer as the admin user. So by default, our sizes are small, and by default, our order statuses are pending. So I'll say that our sizes is small, and in this case, our order status is going to be, let's say, pending. So let's say we specify the quantity as true. So when I save this, right now we can see that the fields we specified, the size, the order status, and the quantity are the ones that are displayed on our admin dashboard. So this is good as we can go ahead and customize. So let's add one field. So let's say we want to also specify the date we created. So I can say created at and save. So when I save this, our server is running. So when I refresh, we can see that our created at date has also been added. So let's go ahead and add another customization. So in this case, you may also want to have fields that you may use to filter. So for example, you may filter by order size, filter by the order status. So to do that, we're going to use our list filter. So that list filter is also a field of those things that we may want to use to filter our orders. So for example, we may say created at, as well as, let's say, we may also say we may want to filter by order status, and let's say we want to also filter by our size. So let's say we want to get the size of the pizza. So when I save and refresh, in this case we see that our list filter has been created. So we have filter by created at, filter by order status, as well as filter by the different sizes we have. So let's go ahead and create some orders. So when I add some more orders, so the customer is going to be the admin since we don't have any other users. So let's say we have the size as medium. Let's say we have delivered. So let's say the quantity is 12. if I save this, then let's say I add another one. So if I say the user is that, let's say in this case it's large, and let's say it's in transit, so let's say the quantity is 34. So when I save, now we have different orders here. So we can go ahead and filter them by, let's say, the date created. So let's say filter by those that were created today. So this will return only all of them since they were created today. So let's say if we filter by the past 7 days, so this basically won't work because there are no ones that we created by the last 7 days. So let's say I wanted to filter by pending. So if I went and say pending, we'll only get the pending order. So let's say we wanted to get that one in transit, then we would return that one in transit. If I say delivered, so this is going to return the one with the order status of delivered. So let's say I wanted to filter by, let's say, the size, so I can filter by medium, and this is going to return the medium. So if I say small, then since we don't have any small size, it's going to return 0 orders. So if we say, let's say, want to specify large and extra large, so it basically does the work as we want it. So if can also as well say clear all filters, and that will go ahead and clear all filters. So in this video, we've been able to create our order model as well as to customize our admin dashboard. So the first one thing that we forgot in the previous video is to go ahead and specify our object. So I'll get to our authentication app and go to models. So we created our custom user manager as well as our user model. One thing that we forgot is to specify how our user objects are going to be created. So to do that, we just call objects, and then you say that that is going to be equal to our custom user manager. So I'm going to come and say it's going to be custom user manager. So right after doing that, then we can successfully create our users using our custom user manager. So in this video, we've been able to create our order model as well as to customize our orders on the admin dashboard. Thank you for watching, and if you like this video, please leave a like. Do not forget to comment on what you feel about this video. Help me by subscribing to this channel. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be using our custom user model to create our users. So what I'm going to do is to create serializers, and this serializer is going to help us to be able to create our users, as it's going to validate the data that we pass on to our API, as well as help us to return responses in a format that is readable by JavaScript developers. So I'm going to create the serializer file. So the first thing I'm going to do is create our serializer. So I'm going to create a serializer. We call it serializer.py. So this is going to be serializer.py. It's going to be serializer.py. And after doing this, then the first thing we're going to do is to import our user models. So I'm going to say from models, we are going to import our, actually it's going to be from dot models. We are going to import our user model. And then we're going to also import serializers from Django REST Framework. So I'll say from REST Framework, we need to import our serial license. And after importing our serial license, then the next thing we're going to do is to go ahead and create our custom serializer. So I'll create a class which I'm going to call our user creation serializer. So this is going to be our user creation serializer. And it's going to inherit from serializers dot model serializer. So right now, this is going to be a model serializer, as it's going to use models to be able to validate and return responses. So we shall also use this same serializer to save our database objects. So what I'm going to do is to first specify the fields that you're going to use in our serializer. So go to model.py, and And then within our models.py, what I'll do is to copy these different fields. I'm going to copy them. And what I'll do is to go ahead and change them in a way that's specific to our serializers. So in this case, we're going to have most of the fields as serializer fields. In this case, what I'll do is to change this to serializers. And then actually here, I'm going to change this to dot models because it's supposed to be dot models. Now right in here, we're also going to change our phone number field. So we're going to use the serializer field for phone number. So I'm going to say from phone number fields. So it's going to be from phone number field dot serializer fields. We are going to import our phone number field. And right after doing this, then what we're going to do is to come and specify the different attributes of these fields. Now we need to remove the unique attributes since we are not going to make use of them and they are not part of our serializers. So what we shall say is so right now we have our phone number field, and for us to say null is equal to false, what we can do is to say allow null equals to false, and then allow blank is equal to false. And what this means is that we are not allowed to pass now to leave this as empty, as well as to submit our serializer when you're creating a user, and we leave the phone number as empty, so it's required. So what we can do is to go ahead and also provide our password. So since we're using a custom user model, we have some of the fields we define in our model, but then there are other fields that we do not have to specify. Fields such as our password. So in this case, we can also include our password as well. So I'll say is that our password is going to be equal to our serializers. So we can specify serializers, and this is going to be the chat field. And then right in here, I can say that our min length is going to be equal to 8. So we require a user to submit a password with 8 characters and above. So what we're going to do is specify our meta class. So I'm going to create a class called meta. What this class is going to have our model, and then our model is going to be the user model. Then you're going to also specify the different fields that you're going to have. So you're going to be a list of fields. So this list of fields is going to have our username. It's going to have our email. It's also going to have our phone number. So we're going to also pass in our phone number, and we're going to pass in our password as well. So this is going to be our password. Now, right after doing this, then we're also going to go ahead and create our custom validations. So to do that, we override the validate method that's specific to all model serializers. So what we shall say is def, and then it's going to validate, then we shall take itself and then the attributes that we're going to pass in within our serializer. So in this case, what we need to do is to check if, since these are unique, so if we check in our models.py, we have the username, the email, and the phone number being unique. So what we need is to specify that if these are submitted, we need to inform our user that these already exist. So to do that, what I'll do is to first check if the username exists. So I'll say username exists, and then we need to make a database query that will simply check if the user with the username exists. So in this case, we're going to say user dot objects and dot range filter. So we'll check if the username exists. So we shall say username is equal to, so we shall access attributes. So this is going to be attributes, and this is a dictionary of attributes. We shall be able to access the username using this syntax. And then we shall use that dot exists. So what this query does is to basically show us if an object exists, if a database object exists, and if it does not exist, then it will return false. So in this case, what we can do is to say if the username exists. So right here, we can basically raise a validation error. So Django REST Framework serializers have the validation error that helps us to basically throw errors. So what I'll do is to raise the validation error. So I'll say serializers, but validation error. So in this case, we're going to say validation error. And then what we shall do in this case is to basically describe the details. So I'll provide the detail as, so in this case, the detail we shall say that user with username exists. Then we can do the same thing for our email and our phone number. So what I'm going to do is to copy this trace. So I'm going to copy and then paste this trace. So I'll have this and then have that. So I'm going to change this to, so going to be our email. So I also change this to our email. So I'm basically going to say it's going to be our email. Then this will be checking for the attribute of email. Then we're also going to have a user with email already exists. So in this case, we're going to say user with email already exists. So we're going to do the same thing for phone number. So what we shall do is to say it's going to be phone number exists. Phone number exists. So in this case, we're going to check for the phone number. And then what we shall do is to check if the phone number exists. So we're going to say if phone number exists, then we shall say user of that specific phone number exists. So right after doing that, we shall now return our validation. So we shall return the validation of our model serializer class. So to do that, I'm just going to simply come right here and say, so we shall just return uh, super, which is the model serializer class, and then we shall call the validate method. So we need to call validate, and then we shall pass in all our attributes. So when I save this, hoping our server is still running. So what I'm going to actually do is to stop it and run it again. Our server is running. So right after that, I'm going to go ahead and create an API view that's going to be responsible for creating our users. So to do that, I'm going to go to our views.py within our authentication app. So go to views.py, and what I'll do is to first import our model. So I'm going to import our model. So I'll say from dot models, we are going to import our user model, as well as import our import our serializer. So I'll say from dot going to import our serializers. So right after doing that, we're going to come and create our API view for creating a user. So shall call this, actually let's just call it user. So I'll call it the user create view. So this is going to be our user create view. And then this is going to be a generic API view. So I also inherit from generics dot generic API view. And right after doing this, then I'm going to create a post request. So this is going to be a post, and it's going to take in a request object. Then the first thing I'll do is to specify the serializer class that we're going to use to create our users. So generic API views take in the serializer class that they use to basically validate and return responses. So to do that, I'm going to go to serializers and I'll copy the name of the serializer we created. So it's going to be our user create serializer. I'll come right here and I'll specify our serializer class going to be equal to our user creation serializer. That this is going to be within our serializers. Now, after doing that, the next thing I'm going to do is to access the data that shall be passing to the API with the post request. So this data is got from our request object by accessing the data attribute. Now, after doing that, then the next thing we're going to do is to basically pass this data onto our serializer. So we shall say serializer is going to be equal to an instance of our serializer class. So we shall say it's going to be serializer class. And then what we shall do is to pass in our data. So our data is going to be equal to the data. Right after passing in our data, what we're going to do in this case is to basically save, check if it's valid, and then save. So to check if our serializer is valid, we shall say if serializer dot is valid. Then the next thing will be saving it. So we shall use our serializer to save the data. So we shall say serializer dot save. And if this is successful, then the next thing we're going to do is to basically return an HTTP response. So we shall return a response, and then this response is going to have the data. So the data in this case is going to be our serializer data. So we're going to say serializer dot data, and then we're going to also specify the status code. So in this case, we're going to say our status code is going to be equal to. So we imported serializer statuses. We imported statuses from Django REST Framework. We need to say that this is going to be status dot HTTP 201 created. Now, right after doing that, then we also need to return a response in case we have errors. So we shall just simply come and say return a response, and then this is going to be data. So the data in this case is going to be a serializer data. So any serializer error that you shall have will be found in serializer errors. And then right there, we shall also specify our status code. So sorry for that. Specify our status code as status dot http 400, and then this is going to be a bad request. So now after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to create a URL onto which we're going to access this view. So I'm going to save, and when I go to url.py within our authentication, I'm going to create the URL pattern for our auth route of signing up. So I'll say path, and then it's going to be on slash sign up. So if I go back to our files, right here I imported the readme.md from our finished API. So this is going to guide us onto the different routes that we're going to create. So we have the auth sign up route, which is going to register a new user. So this auth sign up route is going to be on the slash auth prefix. So if you're observant, we created our auth as well as our order prefix. So the auth prefix is going to be for all those routes specific to user creation and authentication. So in this case, we're going to just create sign up, and then this is going to be views. So I'm going to go ahead and access the view. So this is going to be our user create view. So I'm going to copy it right here, and I'm going to come right here. And since this is a class-based view, then we are going to say as view. Then right in here, we can just simply come and say that this is going to be our sign up view. So when I save, hoping that everything is running, so we don't have any issues. So I'll go to my Chrome right here, and I'll access the slash auth slash sign up route. So this is going to basically take us to the user create route. So right now we are using Django's browsable API. So when I come, I can provide a username, for example, username of that. So let me provide one email, gmail.com. Let's provide a number. So let's say I provided this number and I gave a password. So if I send this request, right now we see status code, and I think that is in our views. So this is actually status. So I'm going to save this, and when I save and we refresh, try to continue. Now we see that our validation errors are now working. So either the username already exists. So let's say we change the username, and if we send this, so right now we still have an error. We have the username existing. So what I'm going to do is to actually customize how this error is returned to us. So right now we have 9 field errors, which you can basically set to something that you want, something that's more friendly. So to do that, I'm going to go to our settings.py file, and within our settings.py file, I'm going to create a dictionary containing most of the settings that we're going to do for our Django REST framework. And instead, REST framework is going to be equal to a dictionary containing REST framework settings. So the first thing I'm going to specify is our none field errors key. And this is going to be what we see right here. So we're going to have this returning. So in this case, we're going to have non-filled errors key being equal to error. So when I save this, open the R server is running. So we're going to basically post this, and right now we see that we have checked this to error. Actually, I'm going to call this error since it's a list of errors. So if I submit this, we now see that we are having our errors. So right now, let's try signing in with a user who doesn't exist. So let's say I'm going to sign in with a user called Moses. So let's say we going to sign up a user called Moses Moses 123, and then we put in another phone number that doesn't exist. So let's say 0772 567 345, and we put in a password. So if we post this, now see phone number exists. So let's see right here. Um, that is in our serializers. So when you go to our serializers, we have phone number exists. Actually, this is supposed to be phone number exists. So when you try again, we now see that our user has been created. So in this video, we've been able to see how to create our users. We went ahead and created our user creation serializer, and we looked into how to validate our users. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you like this video, please consider liking, and please don't forget to subscribe if you're new to this channel. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next one. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to look at how to carry out JWT authentication with Django REST Framework. So we're going to be looking at how we can be able to carry out this authentication using our custom user model. So right here, I have the documentation of simple JWT or Django REST Framework simple JWT that's going to provide us with this mechanism of creating tokens. We as well have the documentation of Djoser. So I'm going to be making use of Djoser that's going to allow us to create these endpoints that are going to enable us to create our tokens, refresh them, as well as verify our tokens. So the first thing we're going to do is to look at how to set up Djoser. So I'm going to go to our Djoser documentation. So this is getting started. So right now, when I go to the introduction, we have something like the REST implementation of Django's authentication system. So Djoser allows us to have our authentication system of Django with REST endpoints. So what I mean is we have different REST endpoints that help us to carry out the different things that would carry out on our default user model. The good thing with Djoser is that we can as well use it with our custom user model. So let's go ahead and look at how we can set this up. So we need to go to the get started section, and these are some of the endpoints we have. So we have those specific to creating users, those ones that return users information, resetting passwords, and so on. We also have those ones that can enable you to log in and log out using the token based authentication. Now in this video, we're going to look at those that allow us to carry out JSON web token authentication. So what we're going to do is to head over to the setting up. So the first thing we're going to do is to install Djoser. So I'm going to copy this command, and I'm going to go pull up my terminal. So I'll stop our server, and then I'll put in our command. So it's command not found. So I'm basically going to add our Djoser. So it seems like I already have it installed. Now what I'm going to do is to go ahead and also install our simple JWT, our Django REST Framework simple JWT. So I'm going to copy this command and paste it right in here. So the next thing I'm going to do is to pip freeze this. So I'll say pip freeze and then add them to our requirements.txt file. So that's going to add them to our Django, our requirements.txt file. So right after doing that, then the next thing I'm going to go ahead and do is to set up our Djoser. So I'm going to head over to the configuration. So the first thing we're going to do is to add it to our installed apps. So I'm going to go to our settings within our Pizza project. And then what I'll do is to add it as a third party app. So I'm going to add Djoser. And hoping that everything is fine, we are going to also set up our URLs. So these are the best URLs that come with Djoser. However, we are interested in the JWT URLs. So I need to go to the section that contains our authentication backends. So now we have our authentication backend. So this is for the token-based authentication that requires you to have REST framework and then REST framework.auth token. However, what you want in this video is the ones for the JWT authentication. So what we're going to do is to add this to our settings. So I'm going to head over to our install apps section, and within our REST framework dictionary, we're going to add another setting, which is going to be our default. So this is going to be our default authentication classes. So we're going to have it's going to be authentication classes, and then on this we're going to make a tuple containing all the authentication classes. So I'm going to copy the REST framework simple jwt.authentication.jwt authentication, and this is going to allow us to use Django REST framework simple jwt to create our JWT. So I'm basically going to come and paste it in here. So I'm going to add it, so it's going to be a string. So basically, so after adding it, let me fix this. I'm going to go ahead and fix this space. So we need to fix this spacing, and we have something like this. So after adding this authentication class, we're going to also go ahead and set up our URLs for JWT. So before we do that, we're also going to set up our auth header types. So Django REST Framework Simple JWT provides us with a way we can customize our headers so as to be able to pass our access tokens while making requests. So in this case, we have our auth header types as JWT, but our example app is going to use a bearer header type. So I'm going to copy this setting. I'm going to add it to our settings.py. And then what I'll do is specify that in our case, we're going to use our bearer. So I'm going to change this, so this is going to be a bearer. So right after doing this, and the next thing we're going to do is to specify the URLs that we need for our JWT authentication. So what I'm going to do is to come right here and copy these URLs. So I'm not copying the URLs for Djoser, the Djoser URLs, because they are the base URLs and we do not need them. What we need is the Djoser JWT URLs. So we need to add them onto our our URLs. So I'm going to go to our main urls.py within our pizza project. And right in here, I'm just simply going to paste this. So I'll put them on the auth endpoint, since all of our authentication URLs are located on the URLs with a /auth prefix. So I'll add path. When I add, then I'm going to simply come and add this. So I'll include djoser.urls.jwt, and hoping that everything is fine. We're going to check this out, so I'm going to run our server again. But before we go ahead and do that, I'll also check for that simple JWT. So there may be certain configurations that we need. For example, how to set up the lifetime of our tokens. We're going to check out how to do that. So I'm going to come right here in our settings.py. So right here we have these different settings. So what I'm going to do is to copy some of these settings and then be able to add them within our settings.py. So the first thing we're going to do is to specify the access token lifetime as well as the refresh token lifetime. So what I'm going to do is to add them. So I'll go to settings.py, and within our simple JWT, what I'll add is our access token lifetime. So I'll say access. So this basically specifies how long our token will be valid. So this is going to be our access token lifetime, and then this is going to be a time delta. So what we're going to do is to first import time delta from date time. So I'm going to say from date time, I'm going to import time delta, and right after doing that, we're going to create an object of time delta. So we're going to pass in time delta, and then we're going to specify the amount of time this is going to be valid. So for our example here, we have minutes is equal to 5. That's the access token lifetime. And then we also have the refresh token lifetime as 1 day. So what we're going to do is to specify that in our case, we're going to have days. So we're going to specify days, and we shall say 1. Then we're going to do the same thing for our refresh token lifetime. So I'm going to copy this and paste this. So what I'll change is the access is the refresh token. So I'm going to change this to refresh token. It's going to be refresh token lifetime. So I'm going to come right here and basically add this. So right after doing this, I'm going to save, and hoping that our server is running, I'm going to run Python money.py and then run server. So our server is running, therefore we don't have any error. So what I'll do is to go to our endpoints of /auth. So we're going to access the following endpoints. I'm going to head over to our Djoser docs, and what I'm going to do is to go to our JWT endpoints. So we have these following JWT endpoints. We have the JWT create endpoint that takes in our username field, which is our email in this case, and our password. And then if everything is fine, if this user with the following credentials exists, we can be able to return a token pair. So by token pair, I mean the access token, which is going to allow them access to the protected route, as well as a refresh token that's going to allow us to refresh or to create a new token in case our token has expired. So this is important for security reasons. So we also have, in case we don't have a successful error, we're going to throw an authorized error. Then we also have that next endpoint as the one for refreshing a token, which is basically going to take in the refresh token and then return in a fresh access token. We also have that one that's going to verify whether our tokens are valid or not, and therefore takes the token and then returns status code of 200 if the token is valid. So let's go ahead and try to implement this. So I'm going to go to our URLs. So the first URL I'm going to visit is the one for creating a token. So this is going to be for create a token. So right now we even see that we have method not allowed. See, this is because it's a post endpoint by default. So I'm going to come and provide the credentials. So I'm going to make the admin login. So for example, admin@app.com. Then I'm going to provide that password as the password I'm going to provide is going to be the password of the admin, which is password123, and then I'll go ahead and post. So after posting, we get our token pair, which is going to provide us with our refresh and our access token. So I'm going to copy our access token right here. And what I'm going to do is to basically use this to create our, actually I'm going to copy our refresh token. So I'm going to copy our refresh token. So I'm going to come right here. And what I'm going to do is to basically use this refresh token to create a fresh access token. So I'm going to open up a new tab. So I'm going to open up a new tab right here. So I'm going to actually move this side. So this is going to be for localhost 8000. So in this case, we're going to go to localhost 8000. Then you're going to go to /auth and /JWT and then refresh. So this endpoint is going to take in a refresh type JSON web token and then return an access token. So what we're going to do is to provide our refresh token. So I'm going to paste in our refresh token. And when I post this, we are going to get an error. So this error is specific to Django REST Framework simple JWT. So after Googling and reading on Stack Overflow, I realized that the thing we need to do is to downgrade to an earlier version of PyJWT. So Django REST Framework simple JWT uses the PyJWT module to carry out the to sign our JWTs, to create them and refresh them and all that stuff. So what we're going to do is to basically install an earlier version of PyJWT. So I'll come to my terminal right here, and what I'll do is to look for a command. So this is going to be PyJWT. So what we have is to install the PyJWT version 2.1.0, and then it's going to work. So you need to say no, and what I'll do is to install this. So I'm going to go ahead and install this. And this is going to basically install PyJWT 2.1.0. So I'll go ahead and freeze this. So I'll go pip freeze. Sorry for this. It's going to be pip freeze, and then we're going to freeze this to our requirements.txt. So when you do pip list, we can see that we have our high JWT version 2.1.0. So hoping that everything is fine. When we run our server again, we don't have error. So when I go back right here and I refresh, we're going to continue, and in this case we've got an access token. So now this has worked. So let's also try out that one to basically make sure to basically verify if our token is valid or not. So what I'll do is to create a new tab. So I'm going to go to its localhost. So I'm going to go to localhost. This is going to be 8000, and then /auth, then /JWT, then /. So this is going to be verified. And when I enter, I'm going to simply provide access token. So I'm going to copy this refresh token. And when I copy this refresh token, what I'm going to do is to basically come right here and post. So I'm going to send a post request. So right here we have a type object, blacklisted token, has no attribute, token, objects. So what we have here is this error. So we have attribute error at the JWT verify endpoint, and you have type object of blacklisted token has no attribute object. And when you look into this error, this is an error specific to Django REST Framework simple JWT. So what we have here is blacklisted token the objects.filter, then .exist, and yet this doesn't exist. So according to the settings of Django simple JWT, we have a certain setting called the blacklist after rotation equal to false. And after reading various GitHub issues, we basically got to the fact that the solution to this error is to set this setting to false. So I'm going to basically add this to our settings.py. We're going to add this to our settings.py, and then this is going to be equal to false. So when you try again, when you try verifying our endpoint again, our JWT we're going to continue. Right now we see that it's returning a 200 OK error, meaning that our token has been verified. So in this video we've been looking at how to create our JWTs and how to refresh them, as well as to verify our JWTs. So basically our video has been about JWT authentication. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you like this video, please leave a like, as that helps me out, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video.
Hi everyone, in this video we're going to look at how to create, read and update our orders. So basically we're going to take care of all the routes that are going to help us to place an order, get all orders, retrieve, update an order status, and remove an order. So let's try to do that. So I'm going to start by creating the serializer that's going to help us to do this. So this serializer is going to be on our order model. So I'm going to close the authentication app and then go to the orders app. So I'm going to go to the orders app. Then within our orders app, I'm going to check out models.py. So our models.py basically has the different fields that we expect to get to get and using our serializer. So what I'm going to do is to create a serializer. So I'm going to create a serializer file. So this is going to be serializers.py. So right after creating our serializers.py, we're going to first import our model. So I'm going to say from .models, we are going to import our order model. And the next thing I'm going to do is to also import serializers from Django REST Framework. So I'll say from REST Framework, we are going to import our serializers. Now, after importing our serializers, the next thing we're going to do is to create our model serializer. So I'll create a class which I'm going to call the order. So I'm going to call this order creation serializer for now. So it's going to be our order creation serializer. So right now, what I'm going to do is to make this inherit from serializers dot model serializer. So this is going to be model serializer. And after doing this, then the next thing we're going to do is to go ahead and describe the different fields that you may need for this serializer. We need to create a class, and this is going to be our meta class. And the first thing we're going to define is the model we're going to use, which is going to be our order model. Now we're going to also describe the various fields that we're going to use in this serializer. So I'm going to copy our fields from models.py. So I'm going to copy the different fields. So I'm going to copy these fields and put them right here. So right now we have the customer field, but this is going to be a foreign key to our user table. So this is not something that we're going to describe on our own. We shall implement this in the view for placing an order. So what I'm going to do is to remove this. Now we have the one for size, and this is going to be a models.char field. So what we can do is to actually say this is going to be serializers. Char field, we can place in the max length, and what we can do is to actually remove the defaults and the choices. Now what we can do is to also put our order status. So the order status is a field that is only updated by the users or the admin users of our application. So what we can do is to make this a hidden serializer field, which can only be changed by super users. So what we're going to do is to change this to, so I'm going to change this to serializers dot, and we're going to call this a hidden field. So we're going to call this hidden field. And what we're going to do is to change this. So I'm going to come here and give it an order. So I'm going to come here, and what I'll do is to remove these choices. Now I'll leave it with the default. So the default here is going to be, so let's check in our models. So this is going to be pending. So I'm going to copy the choice for pending, and then that's what I'm going to place in our serializer. So the default is going to be pending. So basically going to put this within quotes to make it a string. And then for the quantity, this is going to be a serializer integer field. So we're going to say serializers, the integer field. Now these dates are automatically generated for us every time we carry out this. So what I'm going to do is to remove this, and because our database is going to basically make those, store those every time we create an update. So what I'll do is to specify that here we're going to have our size, then also going to have our order, then also going to have, actually this is going to be our order status. So we're going to specify this is going to be our order status, and then what we can do is to also specify our quantity. So these are the fields the user is going to fill in when creating an order. Right after creating our serializer, we're going to go ahead and implement fields that are going to help us to. So I actually have an error right here. This is going to be a serializer. Hoping that everything is fine, the server is running. So after doing this, then the next thing we're going to do is to go ahead and implement the different views that are going to help us to basically be able to create, read, and update our orders. So I'm going to go to myviews.py. So let's actually first see, it seems like we have an error somewhere here. Seems like everything is fine. So what I'm going to do is to go to our views.py. Now within our views.py, we're going to create the different views that are going to help us to create, read, and update orders. So what I'm going to do is to create this. So I'm going to use generic API view for this. So I'll create a class which I'm going to call the order creation. Actually, I'll call it the order create list view. This is because it's going to carry out two roles. It's going to help us to list our orders as well as to create our orders. So I'll come and say this is going to inherit from it's going to inherit from generics dot generic API view. So it's going to be view. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and define the different methods. So the first method we're going to have is going to be our get. So I'm going to make this be get, and it's going to take itself and the request object. So we're going to pass this for now. Now we're also going to have one for creating an order. So I'm going to say it's going to be post, and then what we do is to go ahead and specify that this is going to take in the request object, and then we're also going to pass this for now. We're also going to create the ones for updating and deleting, and as well getting one order. So to do that, I'll create a class, and then I'll call this order detail. So I'm going to just call it order detail view, and then it's going to inherit from generics dot generic API view. So this is going to be generics dot generic API view. And right after doing this, then what we're going to do is to go ahead and also do a same. So I'll come and say it's going to be def, and the first method we're going to implement is going to be a get. So I'll put in the self, then the request, and then the order ID. So we shall need an order ID for now. So we're going to pass this for now. I also do the same thing for our, so in this case it's going to be put, which is going to be updating. So in this case we're going to have self and the request object. We're going to also have the order ID, so we're going to have the order ID as well. We're going to pass this for now. Now after passing this, we're also going to have our delete method. So we're going to specify that this is going to be delete, and we shall pass in self, the request object, as well as the order ID. Now after doing this, we're going to pass this for now. So the first routes we're going to take care of are going to be our order create list view. Our first view we're going to take care of is going to be our order create list view. So the first thing we're going to do is specify our serializer class. So remember we've created our serializer in our serializer.py, which is going to help us to validate the data that we pass on to our API, as well as to make us to return JSON data to whoever is going to use our API. So what I'm going to do is to go right in here, and the first thing I'll specify is going to be a serializer class. So we're going to have a serializer as, so this is going to be equal to, so I'm going to import our serializers. So I'm going to say from dot import our serializers. Right after importing our serializers, I'm going to come and say that we're going to have our serializer class as serializers dot, in this case it's going to be our order. So I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to come copy order creation serializer. So I'm going to copy this. And when I go right here, what we're going to do is to basically add this. So the first thing we're going to do is to be able to return a list of our orders. So to do this, I'm going to come and say we're going to have our serializer. So I'm going to create a serializer instance. So this is going to be self.serializer class. And then it's going to take in the instance of the data that you want to return. So in this case, what I'm going to do is to query for all orders from our database. So I'm going to import our order model. So I'll come and say from dot models, we are going to import our order model. Right after doing that, I'm going to simply come right here and create a query. So this is going to return a query set of all orders. So I'll say orders is going to be equal to orders dot, this is going to be objects dot all, and right after doing this, I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to basically pass in the instance. So this is going to take in the instance for the order model. So in this case, we're going to have our instance as orders. Now we shall just have to return this in a response. So I'll say return response, and then what I'll specify first is the data that we want to return. So every time we add an instance to this serializer, we can access the data by getting serializer dot data, and then also we specify the status. So in this case, our status is going to be equal to in this case what we want is to basically specify that our status is going to be let's say status dot http 200. Okay, now right after doing this, I'm going to save and hoping our server is running. So right here we have max length. So let's go ahead and see it. So I'll come right here in our serializers, max length see serializers.char field, serializers.hidden field. So I'm going to remove this. When I save, actually going to start our server. So I'm going to start our server again. In this case, it's working, which means you didn't need the max length attribute on our hidden field. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically access our admin, and we create some orders and then return a list of orders. So I'll go to localhost 8000. I'm going to click this with Control and click. So this is going to open up in my Chrome. So right now we see no page found. So when I go to slash, actually we needed to create a URL that's going to be able to help us to return our views. So I'm going to go to urls.py. So I'm going to create urls.py right in here. And then this url.py, seems like we have it already. So I'm going to come right in here. So the first thing I'm going to do is specify the path and then the URL. So all of the order routes are going to be accessed on the /orders prefix. So when I go to our documentation right here, we have we're going to be able to access it from /orders. So when you go to our pizza project in our urls.py, we basically have all orders, all the order routes are specific to the /orders prefix. So what I'm going to do is to come right in here and actually in our URLs also specify that this is going to be on our root URL. So I'm going to remove this. And right after removing that, then I'm going to specify the view. So in this case, it's going to be views dot our view, which is the order create list view. So I'm going to copy this. So this is going to be our order create list view, and then this is going to be a view. So I'll call it with as view. And right after doing that, I also give it a name. So I'll just specifically say orders. And when I save, hoping everything is fine. So right now we see path. So it's actually going to be path. So right now we have our development server running. So when you go to /orders, what I'm going to do is to go to /orders. So right here I'll have name orders. Actually made a mistake there. So this is going to be our order because we are creating from the order model. So hopefully that everything is fine. So when you go right here and refresh, you have attribute error when attempting to get the value size on order creation serializer. Okay, let's see. So when you go right here, you have size. Let's go to our model. We need to go to the order model right here. So we have size. So to fix this, what we're going to do is to go ahead and specify the many attributes. So since we are trying to return a query set, what we're going to do is to specify in our serializer, we're going to specify many is equal to true because now we are returning a query set. So when I save, hopefully that everything is running well. So our server is reloading. So when I go right in here and I refresh, so we have should either have a query set or a query set get query set method. So I'll do is to come and specify our query set. So let's see, should either include a query set attribute or override the get query set method. So I'll do is to come and specify our query set. And in this case, it's going to be order dot objects dot all. So when I save this, our server is going to reload, and when I refresh, so actually this is supposed to be our query set. And right now we see our different orders returned to us. So we've been able to now take care of the order creation list. So let's go ahead and carry out our order placement or placing our orders. So the first thing we're going to do is to get access to the request data that a user may send to our API. So I'm going to access this with data is equal to request dot data. And now after getting this data, the next thing we're going to do is to use our serializer to validate this data. So I'm going to say serializer is going to be equal to self dot serializer class. So this is going to be our serializer class. And then right after doing that, then we're going to specify the data that we need to serialize. So this is going to be our data. And right after doing that, then we're going to check if our serializer is valid, and if it's valid, then we're going to go ahead and use it to save data to our database. So basically, we're using a model serializer, so it can help us to be able to save things to our database. So I'm going to check if our serializer is valid. So I'm going to say if serializer dot is valid. So in this case, we're going to check if it's valid. Then we're going to save. So I'm going to say this is going to be serializer dot save. Right after doing this, then what we shall do is to return a response. So I'll say return, and then this is going to be response, and we shall return. So the first thing we're going to do is to specify the data. So we're going to say data is going to be the serializer data, and then the status. So we're going to say serializer data, and then we're going to specify the status. So in this case, our status is going to be status. So we're going to have status dot, and we're going to specify this for every time we create a resource, we return 201. So it's going to be our 201 created. And then in case we have errors in our serializer, what we may want to return are the errors of the serializer. So we're going to say return, and this is going to be response. And then we're going to say that our data is going to be equal to serializer. So in this case, we have serializer dot. So we access the errors from the errors list, and then we can even return a status code. So in this case, our status code is going to be status dot http 400, and then this will be a badge request. So right after doing this, I'm going to save. I'm hoping that our server is running. So we have no issues. So I'm going to go and access our order. So when I refresh this, right now we see that we even have a post. So we have a form that's going to help us create our order. So we may specify our size. So let's say one small, and then let's say we want our quantity as, let's say 3. So in a post, so right now we have no constraint. So in this case, we have no customer ID. So we are supposed to specify a customer in case we are basically placing an order. So an order is placed by a user. So you need some way of getting a user and then be able to attach them to the currently placed order. So to do that, I'm going to first close this. Now what we're going to do is to basically save this with our user. So I'm going to come and get access to the user. So in this case, when we say that our user, so we're going to get access to our user. So every time we are authenticated, we're going to be making use of, we're actually going to access our user through our request object. So what we shall do is come and say that our user is going to be request.user. So right after getting request.user, then you can attach the user to our serializer before saving it. So in this case, remember we have a relationship between the order and the user. So we have that as customer. So what we can do is to come and say that our customer is going to be equal to the user. So before we actually do this, what you want to do is to basically make sure that our user exists. So when I save this, what I'm going to do is to come right in here, and actually what I'll do is to come, let's first actually do that. So I'll say customer is going to be equal to our user. So when I save this, hoping that our server is running well, then what you're going to do is to come and refresh. So when I try to continue, right now we have an anonymous user. So this is because we don't have a user. So in this case, what we need to do is to actually go ahead and protect this route. So this route should be accessed by users who are basically logged in. So what you're going to do is to basically come and add permissions so that you only access this when we are authenticated. So what I'm going to do is to make use of permissions from Django REST Framework. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come and say from REST framework, I'm going to import permissions. So I'm going to say from REST framework dot. In this case, we're going to say dot permissions. We are going to import dot is authenticated. So right after doing that, then we can go ahead and specify the different permission classes on these different routes. So I'll come right in here in our order, create list API view. So what I'll do is to specify our permission classes. So this is going to be a list of permission classes. And what we can do is to basically add a dot is authenticated. So this is going to be is authenticated. So when I save this, hoping that our server is running well. So what I'll do is to actually go ahead and refresh this. So right now we see that our authentication details were not provided. So this is basically taking us to our JWT authentication. So right now we cannot be able to do this, but what I'm going to do is to open up my Insomnia. So I'm going to come and open up my Insomnia. And we're going to use Insomnia to carry out this request of creating an order. So what we need to do is to first carry out our to get our JWT and then be able to include it within our authorization header and then be able to make a request based on that header. So right here in my Insomnia, I've created a simple collection, and right in here, I'm going to just go ahead and create a new request. So this is going to be one for creating a JWT. So we're going to actually access a JWT. And then this is going to be a post request. So we're going to need certain fields. And then I'm going to come and specify the body as JSON. So I'm going to come and create a JSON object right here. This JSON object is going to have an email, which in this case is going to be admin@app.com. And then what I need is also the password. So I'm going to come and say password. So created our password as password 123. So when I'm going to specify the URL. So our URL is going to be localhost 8000 /auth/JWT and /create. So when I send this, we can be able to get our access token. So I'm going to copy our access token here, and then I'm going to go ahead and create a request for creating orders. So we can say create an order, or let's say place an order. So when we place an order, this is going to be a post request, and we're going to specify our body is going to be in JSON. So I'm going to create this, and then right here, what we need to specify is the size. So we're going to specify our size, and our size is going to be small. So we're also going to specify our quantity. So we're going to actually say that we need our quantity. So our quantity in this case, let's say, is going to be 3. So I'm going to provide the URL at localhost 8000, and then slash is going to be orders. So right here, the most important thing we need to specify is our authorization header. So you need to go to the header section right in here, and we need to provide our key as our authorization. And then I'm going to provide the value. So we specify that our header type is going to be bearer. So I'm going to come right here and say bearer, and then provide the token. So when I provide this token, I'm going to send. And right here, we see that our order has successfully been created. So what is happening is that when we provide our authorization header, the identity of the user who this token belongs to is hidden within our JWT. Every time we create an order, the identity is got from this token and then attached to the specific order that we are creating. So let's say if we got a list of orders, so I'm not going to be using the browsable API right now. We're going to look into how to enable the JWTs to be accessed on our front end when we deal with Swagger UI. So I need to come and list all orders. So we need to list all orders. So right here is going to be a get request, and I'm going to create it. So it's going to be a localhost 8000 /orders. So when I send this, right now we see that you also need authorization. So what I'm going to go is to specify our authorization header, and I'm going to get the value of this. So in this case, we're going to have the value as bearer, then our token. So when I send this, we now see that we're having all our orders. So right now we've successfully worked on creating and retrieving our orders. So now what we need is to be able to access these different, be able to access the routes that help us to update and delete our orders. So the first thing we're going to do is to implement one for getting a specific order by its ID. So I'm going to close this, I'm going to close our models, and I'm going to go in our views. So now we're going to take care of getting one specific order. So right here, the first thing we're going to do is first make a query that's going to return that order or that ID. So to do that, I'm going to come and say, so here, what we're going to do is first query for that specific order with that ID. So I'm going to say that our order is going to be equal to, so we're going to use a certain shortcut provided by Django, which is get object 0404. And what this is going to do is to search for the object, and if it does not exist, then we expect a status code of 404. So what I'm going to do is to import it. So I'm going to come here from Django.shortcuts. I'm going to get object, or so in this case we're going to have get object 0404. Then what we shall do is to come and say that this is going to be get object or 404. Then what we shall specify is the order or our model. So in this case, we're going to specify our model. It's going to be our order model. And then what we're going to actually provide here is going to be the attribute you want. So in this case, we want to get the primary key, and then you specify the value that you need to search for. So in this case, it's going to be our order ID. Now, right after doing this, we're also going to go ahead and basically return the instance. So we're going to say serializer is going to be called self.serializer class, and then we're going to specify our instance as, in this case, is going to be our order. Now, right after doing this, we're going to basically go ahead and return our response. So we're going to say return our response. And then here we shall come and say that our data is going to be called serializer dot data, and then we're going to also store our status as HTTP. It's going to be 200 and okay. So when we save this, hopefully our server is running, so we don't have any issues. So I'm going to go ahead and basically return one order. So we need to come right here and create a new request, and then this is going to be get one order by ID. So I'm going to come here and create this. So when I create this, I'm going to go to localhost 8000 slash. So in this case, we're going to actually create our URL. So I'm going to come and say that the URLs are going to have. So in this case, it's going to be slash. So in this case, we're going to say that it's going to be slash order, and then we're going to actually get, actually what we may need is the ID. So I'm going to come and say it's going to be our order ID. So I'm going to come and specify that we need an order ID. So actually it's going to be our order ID, which is going to be of type integer. Then every order, every time we access this, and we're going to be accessing the view of the order details. So I'm going to come and say views dot order details. So in this case, it's going to be our order detail. So we're going to copy this and place it in here. So it's going to be a view. So I'm going to come and specify that it's going to be as view, and I'll say the name is going to be equal to our order detail. So when I save this, hoping that our server is having no issues. So you don't have any issues. So what I'm going to do is to come right here and say it's going to be on our orders, and then slash, then we're going to specify the ID. So in this case, let's say we are getting the order with ID of 1. So when I send this, we have an error. So non-type object is not callable. So let's see what's happening here. So let's see here. Let's actually see. So we now this here we have order type. So in this case, we're having of the serializer class, which is going to be, so we have it actually specified as serializer class. So I'm going to come right here. And in this case, what we want is to return all details of this specific order. So I'm going to go to our serializers, and then within here, I'm going to actually create the same class, but it's going to be our order details serializer. So it's basically going to return all the attributes of that specific serializer. So I'm going to come and copy this, and I'm going to paste this. Now there are some fields that you didn't add on here, but you're going to add them when basically returning all this. So I'm going to call this our order details serializer. And what is going to have? It's going to have the size, the order status, but in this case, the order status is not going to be a hidden key. So we're going to basically turn this into a car field. And then it's going to have actually, let's just leave it like that. Then what you need is also the date. So I'm going to go to our models.py. I'll copy that date. So we're basically going to have most of the fields here. Then I'm going to come and add them. So I'm going to go to our serializers.py and also add the created at. And so in this case, we're going to have the created at and the updated at. So what I'll do is to basically remove this. Also go ahead and remove this. And what I'm going to add here is going to be serializers, the datetime field. So in this case, we're going to have serializers, the datetime field. We're going to have that same thing for the updated. So we're going to have the serializers dot datetime field. So when I save this, our server is going to reload and copy that everything is fine. I'm going to also add this. So I'm going to come and specify that we're going to have our created at. We're also going to have our updated at. So this is going to be our updated at. So when I save this, our server is going to reload. We don't have issues. So what we need to do is basically go ahead and specify this. So I'll copy this order detail serializer and then add it to our view. So I'll come right in here and I'll say that our serializer class for this particular view is going to be our serializers dot in the order detail serializer. So when I save this, I'm going to go right here and try to carry out the same request. And in this case, we see HTTP 200. Okay, I made that stupid mistake. So this is going to be status HTTP 200. Okay, so right here, when I send this, in this case, we get the details of that specific order made. So right now, we'll be able to return this specific order. So let's go ahead and look at that one. It's going to help us to basically update an order. So the first thing we shall need is going to be the data. So we need to access the data by request.data. Right after accessing the data, we're going to be able to check if our data is valid. So we're going to say our serializer is going to be a self.serializer class. And then right in here, what we need is to basically go ahead and specify the data that we want to serialize. So our data is going to be equal to data. And then if our serializer is valid, so we shall say serializer dot is valid. Then what we're going to do is to basically go ahead and save our data. So it's a serializer dot save. And right after saving this, we're going to return a status code of 200, showing that our update has been successful. So we're going to say return response. So we're going to return our response. And then the first thing we're going to specify is the data. So our data is going to be serializer data. And then we're also going to specify our status code. So our status is going to be status.http 200. Okay. And if we have an error, we're also going to do the same thing. So actually, it's going to be status equals status the HTTP 200. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to return our errors with a status code of 400. So what I'm going to do is to come right here and provide. So this is going to be serializers.errors, because this is going to be a list of errors. We're also going to have our status code as 400 and then add request. Okay, now after doing this, then let's go ahead and update our order. So I'm going to get the specific order that we access. So it's the order with the ID of 1. So I'm going to come right here, create a new request. This is going to be update. Update and order. So this is going to actually be a put request. So I'm going to specify that our body is going to be in JSON format and create it. So we're going to access this at localhost 8000 / orders and then / the ID of the order. So it's going to be 1. So remember, every time we're carrying out a post or a put, we need to have the /. So I'm going to come right here and specify our body. So I'm going to go to that getting our order by ID. So I'm going to copy these fields. And after copying these fields, I'm going to go and include them in our JSON. So updating that order with 1. So let's say wanted to update a quantity. So let's say that quantity as 3. And then let's say want to basically say this is in transit. So in a send, so we have so now constraint. So we also have a now constraint field. So in this case, we have our order. So in this case, what we need is to actually specify the order. So let's go ahead and see our serializers. So one thing that we have actually failed to do here is to specify that we need to update this order. So this is going to be done by the request user, and we haven't yet specified the order, the request, the user who is actually updating this. So we're going to do that by coming right here. So we're going to come in our views, and what we're going to do is to access the request, the user who does this request. So our user is going to be equal to request dot user, but remember that this user is only accessed if this endpoint is basically protected. So what you shall need is to also add our permission classes. So I'm going to come right here and say need our permission classes, and this is going to be a list of permission classes. So we're going to just add is authenticated. And right after doing that, I'm going to save. And when I do that, so when you try to make this request again, we now see that we haven't yet provided our authentication credentials. So what I'm going to do is to get to our header section and then provide our authorization header. And then the value is going to be bearer. And then with the token, so I'm going to go where we get a token. So I'm going to copy the access token. Right after copying this access token, I'm going to go ahead and basically come to the update order and then copy the paste the access token right here. So when I send, right now we have an error. So basically, you haven't specified the user who is carrying out this. So when they say our user is going to be request.user, then you can come and say that our user is going to be our customer, who is going to be our request.user. Or let's say our user, because we have already written this user. So when I save this, I'm going to go here, and when I try to, so what I'm going to do is to basically send this again, and we have response not being defined, so it's actually response. Sorry for this stupid error. So when I send this, so our server is probably not running, so it has restarted. So when we try to send this again, we see that now our order has been updated. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to basically deal with a view that's going to help us to delete our orders. So what I'm going to do is to first get that specific order. So in this case, you need to get the order by its ID. So our order is going to be equal to get object 0404. So in this case, we are just going to get the. Actually, here, one thing we've done as a mistake, I'm sorry for this. So what we need is the data that we're going to update. So I've actually done this as a post request. So what we need to do is to actually carry this out as a put request. So we need to make use of our order ID. So basically, we don't even need to have our user. So we need to repeat what we did for the put request. So I'm going to basically remove this code. I've done a mistake here. So what we need is the order to update. So I'm going to say order is going to be equal to. So it's going to be the same query as here. So I'm going to copy this, the query. So I'm going to copy this, and this is going to be the order. And then we need to create an instance. So I'm going to say serializer. It's going to be self dot, and in this case, it's going to be a serializer class. And then the first thing we need is the data. So the data we want to update with. So it's going to be data is equal to data. And then you also need the instance. So our instance is going to be that specific order we want to update. So in this case, our instance is going to be the order. Right after doing that, we check if it's valid, and if it's valid, we go ahead and save. So there's no need for us to have a user. So I'm going to say if serializer dot is valid, we are going to just go ahead and save this. So basically, we are showing that our order already has what? Already has a user attached to it. So we're going to just say serializer dot save, and then we're going to return our response. I'm going to say return response. The data will be equal to serializer dot data, and then the status will be equal to status dot http 200, and then okay. So right after doing this, I'm going to just simply come right here, and I'm also going to return errors in case we have errors. So I'm just going to come and copy this. So I need to copy this line, and then I'm going to just simply return that in case we have serializer errors. So hoping that everything is fine, we're going to repeat this same. So right here, we're going to basically repeat this. So this doesn't even necessarily make it. So let's actually first comment this out. We don't need to have a user. So when you try to update this, couldn't connect to the server. Actually, we have an error here. So I'm going to do is to comment this and say pass. I save this. Our server is now running. So when I refresh and send this, so now we see that our order has been created and it's already attached to a user. Alright, so now after doing this, then the next thing we want to do is to delete our order. So to delete an order, we're going to go ahead and basically get the instance for the order that we want to delete. So this is going to be the same thing. I'm going to get the order of it does not exist. So let's say we copy this, get the order, and if it does not exist, return 404 status code. So what we're going to do is to actually make sure that we delete this. So I'm just going to call order dot delete. Right after deleting this order, then what we need to do is to return our response. So I'm going to come and say return response, and then what we need is the status code. So we're going to say status is going to be equal to status dot http, and the status code you return after deleting a resource is the 204 status code. So in this case, it's going to be 204, and we shall specify no content, meaning that we've deleted the resource and it does not exist. So when I save this, I'm going to go ahead and delete. So I'm going to come here and say it's going to be our delete and order. So this is going to be a delete request. I'm going to create it. So when I go to localhost 8000 /orders slash the ID of the order I want to delete. So let's say I want to delete the order of, let's actually try to see. So if we say 10 and descend, in this case we see detail not found, and that's because of the get object 0404. But if we say 1, want to delete that of 1, so when we send this, we now see that our order has been deleted. So let's try to actually list all orders. So in list all orders, we forgot to actually specify the ID, so I'll make the ID field. So when I go right here, in that order list serializer, I can actually add our ID. So add the ID. So I'm going to basically add our ID here. When I save this, copy the R server is now running. So each of our orders has an ID attached to it by our database. So we actually forgot to attach this in our list. So when I send this, we can now see the IDs, and the one with ID of 1 does not exist. So it's successfully being able to delete our orders. So let's go ahead and basically specify to actually delete. So right now we've taken care of the routes that get an order by its ID, update an order. So we need to get that one of updating an order status and getting a user's orders and getting a user specific order. So let's work on that. So I'm going to come right here, and in our views I'm going to come and create a class. So our class is going to be update order status. So this is going to inherit from generics dot generic API view. Right after inheriting from that, we are going to create our method. So this is going to be our put method. Going to be our put method. So we're going to take in self, the request, and then the ID of the order that we want to update. So right here, the first thing we need to do is to actually specify our serializer class. So I'm going to go to our serializers and create that serializer that's specific to updating the status of an order. So I'm going to come right here and say class order status update. So I'm going to call it status update serializer. And then this is going to inherit from serializers. So this is going to be our model serializer. And right after doing this, then what we need is we need only one field, and that's going to be our order status field. So I'm going to basically come and add our field, the order status field. And then this order status field is the field that we're only going to be sending in this request. So I'm going to come right here and going to create a class of meta, and this class of meta is going to have the model. So our model in this case is going to be equal to our order model. And then right after adding our order model, the next thing we're going to basically specify is going to be the fields. So the field is going to be a list of fields, and the only field that we're going to have is our order status. So when I save this, I'm going to go ahead and basically include this. So I'm going to come in serializers and copy this long name here. So when I go to our views, I'm going to basically come right here and I'll say self. Actually, it's going to be a serializer class. And that serializer class is going to be our serializers.class. And right after doing this thing, what I'll do is to come right here and basically go ahead and be able to basically update our order. So I'm going to come right here and say that our order is going to be equal to the order. So we're going to actually use the same get object 0404. I'm going to come right here and copy this. So I'm going to paste it right here. And after doing that, then what we need is to basically use our serializer to update this. So we shall need to access the request data. So actually add data going to be from the request object. So this is going to be our data, and this is going to be request dot data. Then after doing that, we need to use our serializer. So I'm going to create a variable called a serializer, and this is going to take in our instance. So I'm going to say self.serializer class. So the first thing we're going to need here is going to be our data. So our data is going to be the data, and then the instance of the order model that we want to update is going to be our order. So after doing that, then what we need is to actually check if our serializer is valid. So we're going to say if serializer dot is valid, then we are going to save this. So I'm going to actually say serializer dot save. So we're going to go ahead and basically return our response. So I'm going to come right here where we updated our order. So I'm going to copy that and use that here. So I'm going to go ahead and return also our error. So I'll copy this and basically paste it right here. So hoping that everything is fine. So this is going to be generic API view. We have no issues. So let's go ahead and try to test this. So I'm going to go to our insomnia. And within our insomnia, I'm just going to create a request. And this is going to be for updating and orders status. So this is going to be a put request, and it's going to take in the body as JSON. Then we're going to access this. So right here is going to be our update order status. So I'm going to create a URL for it, and according to our documentation, that's supposed to be on the slash update status, the order ID. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to come here and specify our path. So our path is going to be slash update. So update status. Yeah, update status. So it's going to be update status, and then slash the order ID. So we're going to provide the order ID. In this case, it's going to be an integer. It's going to be our order ID. And what we need here is specify our views. So I'm going to copy the name of that view. It's going to be our update order status view dot as view, since it's a class-based view. And then let me remove this for now. So right here, I'm going to give a name. So that name is going to be update order status. So hoping that everything is fine. When I save, I'm going to access this. So I'm going to come right here. So this is going to be a localhost 8000. So it's going to be, so this will be update status. And then slash the ID of the status want to update. So it's going to be, let's say, true. So let's say we wanted to specify. So in this case, I'm going to actually come. So this is going to be our order status. Going to be our order status, and then I'll specify the value as, let's say, so when we get this order, so I'm going to go to my insomnia here. We'll try to get this order with ID of 2. So we see that it has an order status of delivered. So let's try to update its order status. So let's say want to update this and say that it's in transit. So when we save this and send, so we actually have 404 not found. So let's see. Actually, this seems to be on our orders prefix. So this is going to be, so I'm going to change this. It's going to be on our orders prefix. So it's actually going to be slash orders. slash update order status. So when I send this, now have orders update status, so page not found. Let's actually see what's happening here. So it's actually slash update. So it seems like we made an error in our URL. So it's update status. So it's update status. And when I come here and send this, we now have our order status updated for that order with the ID of 2. So let's say we wanted to get the order again. So when I get the order, right now we see that the order status field only has been updated. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and look at the fields we have implemented. So we have the routes, we have getting a user's orders as well as getting a user specific order. So for the slash docs, we shall look this when we are documenting our API with Swagger. So what we're going to do is to go ahead and basically get a user specific order as well as get a user's orders. So what I'm going to do is to create the view. So first thing we're going to do is to create our view. So for that, we're going to create a simple view. So I'm going to come and say class get, actually this is going to be user orders. And then actually let me call it the user orders view. And then it's going to inherit from generics generic API view. So we're going to have a generic API view. And right after doing that, then the first thing we're going to do is specify a serializer class. So we may actually go ahead and just use our order serializer. So we may just basically use our order serializer. So I may actually just use the order detail serializer since it has all the information on the current orders. We're going to basically copy this. So we need all details about the serializer. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll say that our serializer class, and this is going to be serializers dot, and I'm going to paste that. Then after that, we're going to create a method. It's going to be a get, we're taking self and the request. And now what we want is to get access to the currently logged in user. So let's say the currently logged in user is going to be the user, which is going to be request dot user. After getting the request dot user, we need to get the order specific to that current user. So what we're going to do is to basically use, so we're going to say our orders is going to be equal to, so we're going to query for all orders. So we need to say order dot objects dot all, and then we're going to filter these orders by the customer. So we're going to say filter by, and then actually we're going to say filter, sorry for that, we're going to say filter, and then we are going to filter by the customer. If the customer is equal to the user, then we are going to access all orders. So what we need is to actually return a response. We're going to return a response with the data as the serializer data. So we're going to say serializer dot data. And right after doing this, then the next thing we want to do is to actually return the status code. So our status code is going to be equal to status dot http, and this will be 200. Okay, so when I save this, and our server is now reloading. So what we need is to actually attach this to a URL. So we need to go to our docs. So right in here we have the user ID and then the orders. But okay, so we need to actually get the user's ID. So basically, we need to access the user's ID. So instead of it saying request.user, then we want to actually specify a user with an ID, and then we go ahead and basically return an order of that user. So I'll change the user query. So this is actually accessing the user from our JWT, but we need to get the user. So I'll say the user objects get, then I'll specify the user ID. So in this case, we need the user ID. So I'll actually specify the user ID in this. So I'll say user ID, and then go ahead and specify that if the PK is equal to, so the PK is the primary key. So if the primary key is equal to the user ID, then we want to return the specific user. So if the user is equal to that, then we want to just return the orders of that user. So what I'm going to do is to save, and when I save, this, we're going to go and test this. So I'll first create the URL for it. So the URL is supposed to be /user/user ID and then the orders. So this is going to be path, and then it's going to be /user, and then it's going to be user, and then we're going to have the user ID, which is going to be an integer. It's going to be int user ID, and then the orders. So it's going to have use dot. So I'm going to access the view for that, and then simply paste it in here, and then this will be dot as view, and then I'll go ahead and give it a name. So I'll say users orders. So I'm going to save this, and then this is going to, so we have no issues right now. So after doing that, what I'm going to do is actually be able to make use of this. So I'm just simply going to come right here and specify. So right here I'm going to say get users orders. So this is going to be a get request, and then I'm going to create this. So I'll come and specify the URL. So our URL is going to be user ID, and then the order. So let's say host /8000, and then slash, this is going to be our orders, slash, and in this case I'm going to say user, and then slash the user ID. So in this case it's going to be, let's say 1, and then the orders. So it's going to be orders. So when I send this, so our user is not defined. I actually forgot to import that. So I'm going to import our user model. So I'm going to make use of Django's get user model method. So actually what I'll do is say from Django.contrib, we are going to import our get user model. And this is happening because we have this setting. So when I go to settings.py, we have our auth user model. So when you specify this, then you can be able to use our get user model. So then what I'm going to do is specify that our user model. So I'll say user is going to be equal to the result of calling the get user model method. So I'm going to save this, and once we have that, then I'll try to carry out this again. So hoping that our server is running. So Django.contrib. So this is actually going to be .contrib.auth. So I have saved this. Now you don't have errors. So when I send, orders is non-defined. Okay, so let's try to see. It's actually order.objects.all. So our server is okay. Serializer is non-defined. Alright, so we actually made an error here. We're supposed to specify our serializer. And our serializer is supposed to be self.serializer class. And the instance is going to be equal to our orders. So when I save, I'm going to go ahead and send this. Now got attribute error. So in this case we want to return many, so I'll specify many as true. When I save this, I'm going to send, and now we can get the orders of that specific user. So now the next thing we're going to do is to get a specific order of a certain user. So that is located on the / user ID and the order ID. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'll say, so I'll create a class here, which is going to be for our user order. So I'm just going to call it user order detail. And then what I'll do is to say that this is going to be generics dot generic API view. So basically call this a generic API view. And right after doing that, then we're also going to use our order details. So I'll just simply copy this line and paste it in here. So right after doing that, then we need to specify a method. It's going to be a get method. It's going to take in self, the user ID, and it's going to also take in the order ID. So right after doing that, actually we forgot to get the request. Since this is a view function, then we need to actually specify that we need to get the user ID, the user. So I'm just going to make use of this query right here. When I get the query, then what you need is to actually specify to get the order with a specific ID and belongs to that customer. So what we need to do in this case is to basically go ahead and get all orders, then get the user's orders, and then filter by the ID. So to do that, I'm going to come and say that our orders is going to be equal to order dot objects dot all, and then what we're going to do is to filter by actually what we need to do is to get the order by ID and to get the order who's of the customer, to get the orders of the customer and then get that order with a specific ID. So when I say dot, then I'll say filter, and then I'll specify that you want to filter by if the customer is equal to, so once you filter by if the customer is equal to the user, and then filter by if our order ID is equal to the ID. So I'll say if the primary key is equal to the order ID. So when I save that, then what we need is to actually just create a serializer. This is going to be self.serializer class. And in this case, what we need is to basically specify the data. So actually, it's going to be the instance. So the instance, in this case, is going to be our order. And then when we have our order, then what we shall need to do is to return this. So I'm actually going to fix this and just simply come and return our response, and then I'll say that our response is going to take in the data as a serializer data. And then what we shall need to do also is to basically go ahead and specify that our status need to be equal to status dot, this case HTTP 200, and okay, so shall need 200, okay. And right after doing this, then we need to go ahead and do this. So in SF, so right here I got the users. I'll actually also include the IDs of these orders. So I'll just go ahead to our serializer and then add the IDs. So we need to add the IDs to this. So hoping that everything is fine. Going to restart our server. So when you try to send this, get all the IDs. So let's say I want to get the detail of the user specific order of ID true. So what I'm going to do is to come here and create the request. So it's going to be get users specific order. So I'm going to create this as a get request. I'll create the URL for that. So I'm going to come right in here and I'm going to say path is going to be, so this case we're going to have user slash. In this case, we shall have the user ID and then slash order, and then we're going to have the order ID. So in this case, we're going to have the integer, which is going to be our order ID, going to be views dot user order detail, and basically I'm going to paste this. Then I'm going to add as view. So right in here, I'll say that the name is going to be equal to user specific detail. So in this case, we're going to have the user specific detail. And what I'll do is to actually save this. Now, when I save this, we're going to basically test this out. So I'm going to go to our insomnia right here. I'll say that it's going to be localhost 8000, and then we specify slash user slash the user ID, which is user ID of 1, going to be user ID of 1 in the order. So let's say we want to access the order of 2. So when I send this, we now see that 404 not found. So this is actually supposed to be on the slash orders prefix. So we go to slash orders. So right now what we did here is to actually let's actually see when we go back to our views here. We have our instance as order. So this is order.object all filter that. Things like this is not going to work out. So what we're going to do is to actually make use of this order. So actually say order.objects to get. Actually, what I'll do is say objects all to get all orders and filter by that. So filter by the orders. So I'll say filter by those who customer is the user. So I'll say customer is equal to our user. And then right after doing that, it's going to return a list of user or a preset of our users. We need to access that with a specific ID. So what we're going to do in this case is to just get that with a specific ID. So I'll just come and say get, and then this will be the primary key, which is going to be equal to our order ID. So when I say our order ID, then I save this and try to make this request again. Here we are able to access the order with that specific ID of 2. So in this video, we've been able to basically implement most of the routes for creating, reading, and updating orders. Thank you for watching this long video. And if you like this video, please go ahead and leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new. And see you in the next video. Bye.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to look at Django REST Framework permissions and how we can use them to authorize our users. So we've looked at authentication, which is a way in which we can be able to verify if a user is who they claim to be. Now, REST Framework permissions allow us to authorize users, and by authorization I mean that we be able to access what we are supposed to access or be able to do what we are supposed to do according to the rights of access that we have. So REST Framework comes with some of those permissions, and we've actually used some of those permissions. For example, if I go to our Visual Studio Code, and if we go to our order views, right here in our order creation view, we can be able to actually see that we were able to protect these views with its authenticated permission. So this means that we can only make a request to these endpoints when we are authenticated or when you have a JWT. So what we're going to do is to basically look at how we can grant access to these various endpoints, as well as how we can be able to restrict access to these endpoints. So when you go to our mini documentation right here, we actually have most of the endpoints. So right here we have the authentication endpoints, which actually are accessed by all users of our application. So now when you go to that creating of orders and placing of orders, getting a list of all orders, you have this accessed by all users. But we can kind of modify this to work in a way that's better. For example, we can be able to restrict users from creating an order if they are not logged in, and be able to grant them access to actually make a list of all orders made. So what I'll do is to go to our views, and I'm going to import is authenticated or read-only permission. So I'll say it's authenticated or read-only, then I'll come and add that to our REST Framework permission. So right here in our permission classes, in our order create list view, I'll change this to is authenticated or read-only. So right after doing this, then what I'm going to do is to actually go ahead and make a request to this. So when I go to my summary right here and go to listing all orders, I can actually go ahead and list all orders without having to be authenticated. So when I go to placing an order, and let's say we do not have any authorization header in here, so if I try to create an order, right now we see that you need authentication credentials to actually access this particular route. So what I'll do is to go ahead and create a JWT. So I'll come right here and log in with these credentials of our admin. So when I send this, we create an access and a refresh token. So what I'm interested in is our access token. So when I go to placing an order, what I need to do is to actually provide the authorization header. So I'll provide the authorization header, and then the key is going to be bearer, and then the JWT. So when I send this, right here we see that we are actually able to create an order. So let's go ahead and try to also protect other routes. So when I go to our mini documentation right here, we have other routes that are specific to only super users. So for example, the routes that are for retrieving an order as well as updating our orders. So I'll go to our views right here and import another permission. So I'm going to import the is admin user permission. So this is going to be is admin user. So what that is admin user permission is going to help us to do is to basically protect those routes that are to only be accessed by a super user. So if we go right here, what you can do is to actually protect this. So this is actually the endpoint, the views that you're supposed to protect for the super user. So if I come right here, and let's say I added that is admin. So I'm going to add that is admin permission. And right here, if hoping that everything is fine and our server is starting, so we don't have any issues. So when I come right here, what I can do is to actually get a specific order. So when I try, so let me actually remove this authorization header. And so what I'm going to do is to confirm and delete it. So when I send this, we see that we need to provide authentication credentials. So let's say if we provided them, so let's say authorization, and then let's say we provided a token, let's say like bearer, and then the token. In this case, if we send this, we now be able to actually get the order with a specific ID. Because this is a super user now, let's say we had a a user who is not a supervisor and wanted to enable them to basically get an order, or actually we just trying to get an order by its ID on a restricted route. So we can go and create this user. So I can come right in here, and what I'll do is actually create this user. So I'm going to create a user. So let's say I'm going to create a user called Joel, and then this is going to be joel@app.com. So I'll provide a phone number. So let me actually change this random digit. So let's say I change this to 6 and change this because these are just dummy phone numbers. So if I send, right here we see an error, and this error is like we having our password returned to us, something that we may not want, and then it's also not hashed. So to fix this, what I'm going to do is to go and basically change our serializer to enable us to hash our password. So I'll head over to our Visual Studio Code, and then I'll enter our authentication application. So within our authentication application, I'll go to our serializers, and right how what we did is actually specify how to validate our data. So one thing we forgot is to actually implement that method that's going to help us to basically use our serializer to actually create a user object. So I'm going to override that method. So it's going to be def create, and then this is going to take himself as well as the validated data. So in this case, the validated data is going to be the data that has been validated, that has been checked for all these validations. So I'm going to check the validated data, and then now the next thing we're going to do is to create a user object using our validated data. So I'll say user, and in this case what we're going to have is a user created out of these specific validated data. So I'll say user dot object. So then we shall go ahead and say dot create, and then what we shall have here is the first thing we're going to have is our username. So I'll specify our username, and our username is going to be validated data. So we shall access the validated data, and then we shall access the username. Since this is a dictionary, so we shall access the username. We shall do the same thing for our email. So we shall say that our email is going to be our validated data, and then we shall access the email. Now for our phone number, we're going to do the same thing. So I'll say phone number. Actually, this is a mistake. So this is going to be phone number, and this is going to be our validated data. It's going to be our validated data, and then we shall access our phone number. So right here, what we're doing is to actually create that user object and save it to our database. Now, the thing we forgot to actually do is to set a password for this user object we've created. So to do that, I'm going to call user.set password. So we're going to call a set password method on our user, and then we pass in the password that we want to actually save for this particular user. So I'll say this is going to be our validated data, and then we shall get access to the password. So once we have this, then what we can do is to go ahead and basically save this user. So I'll say user.save, and after saving this user, what we shall return is our user object. So I'm going to return our user. So when I save this, this is most probably going to solve our problem of password hashing. So when I go back to our insomnia, actually what I'll do is to first delete that user. So I need to come here, and right now you see the password is not hashed, so I'm going to delete this. And when I delete this user, and another thing we've actually also forgotten is to make our password fields write only. So by write only, I mean that our passwords are not required for us to read them. For example, if we create our password, it's saved in our database, but we cannot be able to read it. So I'll come and specify within our serializer that we're going to have write only. So this is going to be write only equal to true, meaning that we can create our password, but we can't be able to read it from our database. So when I save, I'm going to go ahead and create this user. So we've deleted the user. So when I go back to my insomnia right here, and I send the same information, right here we see the username, the email, the phone number created, but the password is hidden. So when I go back to our admin section, we need to go to our admin, and when I refresh, right here we see our user created and the password is now hashed. So let's go ahead and try to make a request with this user we've created. So I'll head over to Insomnia, and what I'll do is to do the same thing. So let's say get an order by its ID. So I'll actually generate a JWT. So I'll come and say, let's say joel@app.com. And when I send this, it's going to return an access and a refresh token. So when I copy this access token, I'm going to go ahead and use it to get an order by its ID. So for example, if I go to our headers, let me actually delete this first. Right now we don't have authentication credentials, but let's say I wanted to actually access that. So what I'll do is to say, here I'm going to say authorization and then provide the value. So in this case, it's going to be bearer and then the access token. So if I make this request, right now we see that the permissions have failed to, we have checked for the permissions and we don't have the permission of his admin user. So that his admin user permission allows us to only carry out requests when we have admin users. So this is kind of restricted to all users who are not the admin. So let's say if we wanted to update an order and we did the same thing. So let's actually provide the same token right here. And if we send this, right now we see that we do not have permissions to perform this action. So if I say, let's say I did the same for an admin user who is our admin. So let's say our admin. And when I send this, we create an access token. So let's say I wanted to update an order, and this is protected. So when I come and provide the token, right now we see not found. So let's try this for actually, let's say 2. Right now we see that we can be able to update an order because this is the admin user. So let's go ahead and also look at other endpoints. So when I go to our preview, readme.md, we now have been able to protect those ones for updating and deleting. So what we need is to actually check for the one for updating the order status. So to do that, I'm going to come within our views.py. So I'll come within our views, and then for updating an order status, this is going to be carried out by an admin user. So I'm going to go and look for that specific view. So it's going to be the update order status view. And right here, I'll add a list of permission classes. So this is going to be a list of permission classes. And this is going to be a list. So I'm going to specify that this is going to be his admin user. So we shall access this with his admin user. And when I save this, right now what we have is to basically carry out a request where we are admin user. So let's say we wanted to update an order status. If I carry out this request, right now it's delivered because we have an admin user. So let's say we deleted this, and let's say we went and created a JWT for a user who is not an admin. So I'll go to the body, and then let's say we wanted to log in with Joel. So when I send this, I'm going to get this access token and then go ahead to the update order status and update. So I'll say it's going to be authorization, and then we shall have a bearer and then the token. So when I send this, right now we see that we do not have permission to perform this action. So right now we see how these permissions work and how they can help us to grant access as well as to restrict access to the various endpoints of our application. Thank you for watching this video, and if you liked it, please leave a like, share, tell me what you feel in the comments, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, in this video we're going to look at how we can document our API. We've implemented most of the functionality that we need, and now we need a way for front-end developers to be able to use our API easily. So right now, let me open my browser, So we have a tool called DRF-Yasg, or yet another Swagger generator, that helps us to easily document our API depending on our serializers. So it automatically generates the Open API specifications for our API. So let's look into how we can set it up. So the first thing we're going to do is to install it. So just like you can see here, we can be able to generate our documentation with Redoc as well as Swagger UI. So let's go ahead and install it. So the first thing we're going to do is to install it. I'll copy this command, head over to VS Code, and then right in my virtual environment, I'll be able to install and set it up. So the first thing is going to be to install it, and then go in our installed apps, then we'll be able to add our DRF-Yasg. Now they're also told that we need django.contrib.static files, and this is because it enables us to serve our static files, because this Swagger UI is going to be in static JavaScript and CSS. So let's actually see. So our virtual environment is open. So you're going to paste the command. It's going to go ahead and install DRF-Yasg within our virtual environment. So the next thing we shall do is to add our DRF-Yasg to our installed apps. So to do that, what I'm going to do is to come right here, and I'll go to our pizza project within our settings.py, and what I'll do is to basically go ahead and add DRF-Yasg to our installed app. So I'll go ahead and add DRF-Yasg. And then the next thing I'll do is to also check if you have django.contrib.static files installed. Now we have it, so we are good to go. Now hoping that this is installing. It's actually installing. So the next thing we shall do is to go in our root urls.py within our project and then add the following code. So what I'm going to do is to paste this code, to copy this code, and then paste it within our project level urls.py. So I'll go to pizza URLs, and then within pizza URLs, I'm going to add this code. So I'll come and add this code. So I'm going to edit it to reach our needs, to be able to solve our need. So right now our DRF-Yasg is installed. I'll go ahead and pip freeze it to our requirements.txt. So I'm going to say pip freeze to our requirements.txt. So this is going to freeze all these requirements for the DRF-Yasg to our requirements.txt. Now while that is happening, we are going to go ahead and set this up. So right here we have our schema view, which is basically going to describe how we're going to document our API. So right now we have the info, such as the title, the default version, the description, the terms of service, the email of the contact, and the license we are using. So we're going to be able to edit all this. We also have a list of URL patterns that we're going to add on to our root URL patterns. Remember that according to our documentation, we have our Swagger UI on the /docs endpoint. So we're going to also look into how to be able to add it to our our application. So I'm going to go to our settings.py and hoping that everything is fine. So right now our requirement has been added to our requirements.txt. So I'll save this, and when I save this, then I'm going to go ahead and add these URL patterns to our root URL pattern. So I'll copy them, actually cut them. I'm going to remove this URL patterns list and then go ahead and edit this. So I'm going to edit our Swagger UI. So right now we have something like this. So we have these URLs in regex, but you can be able to change them so that they match our needs. So the first thing I'm going to do is to change this to path. So I'm going to change this to path. I'm going to change this to path, as well as for the second URL pattern and then the third URL pattern. And then I'll go ahead and also remove these regex so that we have URLs. So we need to basically change this. So it's going to be in the Swagger UI endpoint. So I'm going to have the Swagger UI and then the redoc. So instead of having Swagger UI, what I'm going to do is call this the /docs endpoint, and then we're also going to change this. So I'm going to come right here and change this. So I'm going to change and remove this So I'm going to remove these regex. And right now, hoping that everything is right, what I'm going to do is to be able to just run our URL. So I'm just going to come right here, run our server python manage.py, run server. This is going to run our server, our development server. And now we don't have any issues, so I'm going to go to our localhost 8000. So I'm going to go to Chrome, and when I go to localhost 8000, so this is going to be localhost 8000 /docs. We now see our Swagger UI is being shown to us. So now it's loading. So right now we can be able to see, to visualize all the endpoints we've created. So we can also define our security schemes, or how we are going to carry out our authentication or our Swagger UI. So you're going to head over to the documentation of that, which is in the describing authentication schemes list of options. So right here, what we can do, we can go ahead and describe how we're going to authenticate our users on our Swagger UI, or our front-end developers, or how our front-end developers will access protected endpoints on our API using the Swagger UI. So right now you see that the first step we have to do is to add the security definition settings, so that we declare all authentication schemes supported by our API. So we're going to form this dictionary, and then we describe our authentication schemes. So right now, what I'm going to do is to just copy this. So as long as you have DRF installed, you can be able to set this up. So we need to go to our settings.py, and then within our settings.py, I'm simply going to paste this. So we're just going to come here, and what I'll do is to paste this in. So I'm going to close our terminal for now. So right now we see our security base definition. So we have basic, and then the type is going to be basic. So as you're using bearer authentication authorization header, then you can specify that you need an API key, and it's going to be in our authorization header. So if I save this, hoping that our server is running and we don't have any errors. So right now we don't have any issues. So when I go to our snippets API right here, the refresh, right now we can see the authorize button here. So when I try to click on the authorization button, we now see that we have something like this. So what we can actually do is to also remove this basic authorization. Alright, so now we have our basic authorization as well as our bearer authentication. So we're going to see how we remove the basic authorization. So what I'll do is to go to our settings.py, and then what I'll do is to change our Swagger settings. Why did you put that? It's here. So what I'm going to do is to just remove that basic authorization, so that we remain with our bearer authorization. Then the next thing I'll do is to go ahead and simply refresh. And when I refresh, right now if I say authorize, we now see bearer and then the API key. So let's try it out. So what I'm going to do is to come, and what I'll do is to go and create a JWT. So I'll try to create a JWT and try it out. So I'll provide an email. So our email is going to be admin@app.com, and then I'm also going to provide our password. Our password is going to be our password. So when I create this, right now we see actually I provided the wrong password. So let me provide the password as password 123. When I execute, right now we see our access token. So I'm going to copy the access token, and then I'm going to include it within our authorize. So I'll say bearer and then the access token. So when I authorize, right now we can access the protected routes on our UI. So I'll do, let's say I wanted to get a specific order. So if I go to orders/ID, so I'll get it. So I'm going to go and try it out and provide the ID. So let's say I want to access the order with ID of 3. When I execute, right now we can be able to see the order with the ID of 3. So let's actually try to create one. So when I come to the create order, so I can come right here and go to the one for creating orders. So when I try this out, I'll provide the size as, let's say, large, and then I can also go ahead and specify the quantity. So let's say I want 3 large pizzas. Now when I execute, right now this can be able to work, so we can be able to create an order. So let's say we wanted to try it out and see if our protected routes are really protected. What I'll do is to just come to our authorized area and then log out. So when I log out, when you try to create an order again, so I'll go to the order. So now we still have our field. So when I try to submit this, we now see that authentication credentials were not provided. Now let's also see how we can be able to customize our documentation. So right in here, we have the different things within our urls.py that are specific to our API. So we can change this to, let's say, pizza delivery API. So we're going to change this to pizza delivery API. Then we shall give our description. So our description is going to be pizza delivery API. Actually, what we can do is to say a REST API for pizza delivery service. Right after doing this, we can remove these terms of condition and maybe add our admin. So let's say we wanted to add our admin, so I can add the admin at app.com. So I can say admin at app.com, and then we can also remove this license. So when I refresh, when I come right here and I refresh, right now we can be able to see our documentation has changed, and now we can actually call this pizza. So this can be for a pizza delivery service. So when I refresh, and right now we see that our documentation has been customized. So you can as well as go ahead and set up and be able to give a simple description of how these routes work. So we're going to make use of a utility called the DRF-Yasg. So we're going to import this and see how we can use it. So what I'm going to do is to come and right in here, I'm going to go to our specific URLs, our specific route. So I'm going to first go to the authentication views. And the first thing I'm going to do is to document this user create view. So what I'll do is to come right in here and say from DRF-Yasg .utils, we are going to import our Swagger auto schema. What this is going to do, it's going to help us to basically go ahead and describe what which operation each view function does. So I'll go and decorate a view function for signing up. So I'll say add Swagger auto schema, and then basically provide an operation summary. So this is going to basically summarize how this is going to work. So I can say that our operation summary is going to be create a user account. So when I save this and hoping that our server is running, so when I go to our Swagger UI and refresh, right now we see that our URL has been documented. So right now I can do the same thing. So I can copy this, and what I'll do is to also put this here. So I can simply say that this is going to be hello auth, and when I save, right now if I refresh, you can see that our URL has been documented. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for our other URLs. So I'll go to our other URLs right in here, and I'll go to the views.py, and then within views.py, I'm going to go ahead and document every view. So I'm going to say from DRF-Yasg.utils, I'm going to import the Swagger auto schema. So this is going to be our Swagger auto schema. Then what I'll do is to come, so I'll first decorate this. So I'm going to paste this in, and the first thing I'm going to do is this is going to be our hello. So I'm going to just say hello orders, and then I'll do the same thing for these other ones. So this is for getting all orders. So actually I'm going to just paste this in. So I'll just come and say this is going to list all orders. This is going to be list all orders made. So when I come right here, I can be able to basically provide the same here. So I'll paste this in, and this is now going to be create a new order. So I'll say create a new order. So I'll come and do the same thing for this one. So here we're going to get the detail of an order. So I'll paste this in. So this is going to be get an order detail or retrieve an order. So I can say retrieve an order, and then here what we can have is, actually I'm going to make this tidy, so I'll do the same thing here. So this is going to be for updating an order, so I'll paste, and this is going to be updating an order. I'll say update an order by ID. So I'll do the same thing here. So I'll say retrieve by ID, and then I'll go ahead and also do the same thing for deleting. So I'll paste this in, and then I'll say remove an order. So I'll say remove / delete. So this is going to be remove or delete an order. So this is going to be remove / delete an order. And then after doing this, then the next thing I'm going to do is to do the same thing for updating an order status. So we're going to also copy this. So right here, I'm going to update an order status. So update, it's going to be update an order status. So we're going to say update an order status. And then I'll do the same thing for our getting a user specific order. So right here, I'll say what we're going to have is get a user's order. Actually, I'll say get all orders for a user. So let's say I want to also do the same thing for that specific user. So I'll say get a user specific order. So I'll say this is going to be get a user's specific order. So when I save, and hoping that our server is running and you don't have any errors, no issues found. So when I go to our Chrome and I refresh, we can now see that most of our URLs have been documented. So let's go ahead and try to actually access the protected endpoint. So for example, if I go to the /auth/create, so we have these already documented for us. They take in a set of user credentials. So when I try this out, I'm going to provide our email. So the email is going to be admin@app.com, and then let's say we provide our password. So our password is going to be password123, and when I refresh, when I save this, we get our access token. So when you try to also access protected endpoints such as this one, so I haven't provided the token. So right here I can say we want large, and then we want, let's say, 10. So when I make this, right now we see that our Swagger UI has been protected. So in this video, we've been able to look at how we can document our Swagger UI so as to make it easy for front-end developers to use our API. Thank you for watching, and if you like this video, please go ahead and leave a like. Don't forget to comment and tell me what you feel about this video, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to go ahead and deploy our API to Heroku so that we can be able to share it with other people via the internet. So right now we see that our API is done, so we've been able to build our simple REST API Now the next thing we're going to do is to deploy it to Heroku. So Heroku is a platform which can help us to deploy our application without having to configure servers. And in this video, we're going to see how we're going to set up everything and then finally deploy our application. So the first thing we're going to do is to have a Heroku account. So you're going to create one by signing up. Then after that, you will create an app. So I'm going to log in into my account. And then when I log in, I'm going to press login. And this is going to direct me to the dashboard. So on the dashboard is where I'm going to basically set up our application for deployment. So I'll come right here, just like you can see, I have some apps here. So I'll create a new app. And then when I create a new app, I'm going to go ahead and provide the name of this app. So I'll provide a name that has to be unique. So I'll say pizza delivery. Then I'm going to call this API. So when I write API, it's already taken. So let me actually say Django. So this is available. Then I'll go ahead and create this app. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to go to our settings. And then within our settings, I'm going to go to our reveal config vars. So right now we don't have any config vars created for our application, but we can be able to add them. So since we're using Python decouple, we're going to be able to write our environment variables as our config vars. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go ahead to our .env and copy the secret key as well as the debug value. So I'll come right here. So our secret key will be a key, so I'll paste it right in here, and then I'll also go and provide the value. So I'll copy this. So I'll copy the secret key and then copy the value. So I'll add this as our config variable. So I'll do the same thing for debug. Now, since we are in production, we need to have our debug equal to false for security purposes. So what I'll do is to say debug is going to be equal to false. And since we have it being passed to our Boolean every time we read it, then it's okay. So I'll go ahead and add it. Now after adding this, I'm also going to attach a Heroku Postgres database that we're going to use in our production. So in production, you're not going to use SQLite. What you're going to do is to use Postgres so that to be able to run our API with Postgres. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go to the resources section. And then within the resources section, what I'm going to do is to search for an add-on. So Heroku provides us with add-ons, for example, databases and other tools that may be useful while running your application. So you need to head over here and look for Heroku Postgres. So I'll look for Heroku Postgres, and then once I make a request for Heroku Postgres, then I'll submit an order form. And then when I submit this order form, we already have our database attached. So when you go to our settings, we now have our reveal config vars, actually our config vars having our database URL as a key and then a value. So right now we have our config variable for our database URL setup. Now we need a way to tell our API to use SQLite in development as well as PostgreSQL in production. So what we're going to do is to set this up using DJ database URL. So DJ database URL is a simple tool that allows us to basically make use of database URLs. So instead of using our databases dictionary, in this case we're going to set up a database URL for our Postgres database in production. So all I'll do is to go ahead and install it. So I'll copy the command. I'll go ahead and copy this command. Then I'll pull up my terminal and create a new terminal. I'm going to create a new terminal. And once I have this terminal, then what I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically install this. So I'm actually in another virtual environment. So what I'll do is to actually stop my server right here. When I stop my server, then what I'm going to do is to basically go ahead and what I'm going to do is to install the DJ database URL. So I'll come right here and fix this. So this is going to be pip install. So this is going to go ahead and collect DJ database URL and add it to our virtual environment. Now since that is done, then I'll head over to our settings.py. So I'll look for our database configuration. So what we have is our databases dictionary that's basically specifying the engine that we're going to use, and in this case it's SQLite. We're also specifying the name of our database, which is going to be db.sqlite3. Now the first thing we're going to do is to write an if statement that's going to check if we have our debug equal to true, meaning that we are in development. And if we have our debug equal to false, then we're going to be able to also set up our database in the way we want. We're going to head over to the documentation of DJ database URI. So at the top of our code, I'm going to import it. So I'll come and say import. So this is going to be DJ database URL. And after doing it, then we're going to specify how we're going to connect to our database. So I'll come and copy this. And I'm going to go to our databases section. So I'm going to actually paste it for now, and I'm going to fix this in a moment, as well as I'll come and paste this. So right after doing this, then what we have is database connection settings for our Postgres as well as our database dictionary. So what we're going to do is to create this as an empty dictionary and then set it up so that we can be able to make use of it both in production and in development. So I'll come right here, since we have our debug variable equal to true in our development and equal to false in our production. So what I'll do is to come and specify that if we have our debug, that's if our debug is equal to true, then what we're going to actually have is our databases dictionary. So we're going to have the values of our database dictionary. So here we're going to have the default as the engine as well as our name. So in this case, the database name. And then if we don't have our debug, then we're going to make use of these settings. So I'll say else, then what I'm going to do is to basically add these configurations right here. So these are going to be this side. And right after I have this, then since we have our database URL environment variable, I'm going to come and copy it. And since we're using the couple, I'm going to go ahead and basically just add this. So our Postgres URL is going to be config, and then I'll go ahead and specify it's going to be our database URL. So right after doing this, then we have actually made settings for our database. Now we're going to look into how we are going to set up our application and the different things we're going to do that are specific to Heroku configurations. So I'll go to my files, and the first file I'm going to create is going to be our proc file. So the proc file is going to describe how our server is going to run in production. So in this case, we're going to make use of a tool called JUnit. So JUnit is a server that's going to help us to run our application in production. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and install JUnit. So I'll come to the terminal and say pip install JUnit. And this is going to go ahead and install JUnit within our virtual environment. So after installing JUnit, then we're going to create our proc file. So I'm going to go ahead and create a proc file. So this is going to be our proc file. And within our proc file, then what I'm going to specify are the different commands that are going to run our application in production. So the first command I'm going to write is going to be the web command. So it's going to basically specify how our server is going to run. So I'll write web and then the command for JUnit. So I'm going to write JUnit and then where our WSGI or where our application server is going to run. So in this case, what we have is our project. So within our project, we have the WSGI file that's basically specifying how our server is going to run. So I'll come right here, and what I'll say is pizza.wsgi and then log file. And right after doing that, then what we have is the command that's going to run our web server. Now the next thing we also need is to specify how we're going to carry out our database migrations. So I'll come right before our server command and then specify that every time we're going to make a release of our app, we carry out database migrations if they exist. So we need to add a command which is going to be release. And then in this case, what I'll do is to specify the command that we're going to run. So in this case, I'm going to specify Python 3, then manage.py. This is going to be manage.py, and then we're going to actually migrate our changes. Now after doing this, I'm going to save, and once I save this, then the next thing I'm going to do is to specify our requirements for our application. So just like you see right now, we've installed most of the dependencies of our project. Now what I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically add them to our virtual environment. So I'll do that by using pip and then freeze. So I'm going to keep record of those in our requirements.txt file. So I'm going to say pip freeze requirements.txt. This is actually going to be requirements.txt. So this is going to both create a file as well as write our requirements there. So right after this is done, then what I'm going to do is also create our runtime.txt file. So the runtime.txt file is a file that's going to help us to specify which version of Python that we are using for our project. So when I come right here, I can say Python 3, and we are currently using Python 3.8.1.0. So what I'll do is to basically add our runtime.txt right here. So I'll create this new file, then create and call it the runtime.txt. Now within our runtime.txt, I'll just add our Python version. So it's going to have Python 3.8.1. Actually, this is going to be, let's see. So this is going to actually be 1, 0. So when I do that, then I'm going to actually Control L. And right after doing that, then the next thing is going to actually be installing our database driver for Postgres. So before you actually push your code to your GitHub, you'll need to install the database driver, otherwise our Postgres database is not going to work. So I install a binary by saying pip install, and then I'll go ahead and write this name that I can't pronounce well. Then I'll specify that we are installing the binary. So I'm going to install it. And after installing it, I'll also add it to our requirements.txt file. So then I'll go ahead and also freeze it within our requirements.txt file. And now after doing that, then I'm also going to go ahead and set up a tool called white noise. So white noise is a tool that's going to help us to serve our static files in production. Now the problem is every time we to run our application in production, our Django web server is not going to be in position to run and be able to serve our static files. Now using white noise helps us to serve our static files. For example, our Swagger UI like this, it contains CSS and JS files. So if we need to serve those files, then we're going to rely so much on white noise. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and install white noise. So I'll copy this command and install white noise. After installing white noise, I'll also go ahead and add it to our requirements.txt file. Then after, I'll also add it to our middleware. So I'm going to copy this. So we expect that we have our Django middleware.security middleware. So I'll go over to our settings. And within our settings right here, so I'm going to minimize this for now. So when I go to our settings and within our middleware, so we already have our security middleware right here. So I'll just add the white noise middleware. Actually, go ahead and copy this and then add it to our middleware. So I'm going to fix this. And right after fixing it, I'm going to save. Now the next thing we need to do is to specify our static file storage. So right here we have right here we see that we want forever cacheable files and compression support. Then you can be able to specify this. So what I'm going to do is to copy this setting and add it to our static file storage. So it's going to be at the bottom of our files. And then I'm going to save. And then we can also go ahead and set up our static root. So I'm going to come right here and specify our static root. So the static root is basically going to be where we find our files in production, our static files, where our server is basically going to find our static files and serve them in production. I'm going to say our static root is going to be equal to, so in this case we're going to have our base directory, sorry for this. And then we're also going to have our files. So we're going to create a folder called a static files directory that's going to basically hold all our static files. So we're going to call this static files. And right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and save. Now after saving this, then the next thing I'm going to do is to collect our static files. So I'm going to come right here and then say Python 3 manic.py, and then I'm going to go ahead and say that what we need is to basically collect our static files. So when I run this static file collect static command, it's going to go ahead and, so right now we have database, so I'm going to actually fix this. So this is actually supposed to be databases. So I'm going to save this and run our command again. This is going to go ahead and get all our static files and add them to our static root. So when I check in our files, we see a folder called the static files folder that has been created for us. So this static folder is going to have all our static files for the admin, for DRF-Yasg, and for the REST framework. So right after we've done that, the next thing we're going to do is create a Git repo. So a Git repository is going to help us to monitor changes that we shall be able to use within our application. And we're going to also use GitHub with Heroku to be able to have automatic deploys. So this is helpful as it enables us to fix any changes with just a push of code to our main branch. So I'll go ahead and create our Git repository. But before that, I'm going to go ahead and create a git ignore file that's going to enable us to basically filter out stuff that you may not need to push to our GitHub. So you need to create this file by creating a new file. So I'll call this file git ignore. And after doing this, then I'm going to head over to GitHub. So I'll go to github.com. Actually, I'll search for GitHub and git ignore. So we're going to search for the GitHub git ignore for Python. So that will get most of the files for Python. So I'm going to come right here and I'm going to look for Python. So I'm going to look for the python.git ignore. Now I'm going to do is to basically go ahead and copy this. And right after copying it, then I'll come and basically paste this in our git ignore. Actually, just come and copy it manually right here. And after copying it, I'm going to go ahead and paste all of this. So these are basically all the files that you may want to ignore when working on a Python project. So I'll go ahead and save. After saving, then the next thing is going to be to actually create our git repository. So I'll say git init. So this is going to be git init. Sorry for that. So this has created a git repository. So right now you even see the folders env, .env and our db.sqlite3 database. We also have our PyCatch folders ignored, so we are not going to be able to commit them. So I'm going to add everything. So I'll say git add all. Actually, this is going to be git add all. So just I haven't actually created this because another git repository seems to be, so I'm actually going to first remove the repository. So what I'll do is to remove our repository. Seems like my terminal is crashing, so let me see. So it seems like we have messed up. So actually what I'll do is first remove the repository. And after removing our repository, I'm going to go ahead and create our repository again. Then add everything. So I'm going to go ahead and add everything. And then I'm going to commit. So I'm going to say git commit m, and then I'm going to say this is going to be an initial commit. So if I to look into our settings, so I'm going to get over to our settings.py. We have been able to carry out most of our settings. So the next thing I'm going to cater for is going to be our allowed host. So our allowed host is going to be a list of URLs from which we're going to access our application. So in this case, I'm going to just come right here, and what I'll do is to just add star. So basically meaning most of the URLs. So after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and also run our application. So we're going to try to run our application in development with JUnicorn. We're going to run JUnicorn, and then what I'll do is to run our project. So I'll say pizza then .wsgi. So this will run our application, meaning that everything is fine for now. So let's go ahead and actually deploy our code on GitHub. So I'm going to stop our server with Ctrl and C. And right after doing that, then I'm going to head over to GitHub. So I'm going to head over to repositories. So I'll go and create a new repository. Actually, I'll go to creating a new repository. And after creating this new repository, I'm going to choose a name. So I'm going to call this pizza delivery. So actually, let me just call it pizza delivery. So this name is available. So I'll add the description, not add one, and go ahead and create the repository. So after creating this repository, I'll come right here and I'll copy that remote URL. So I'll add this remote URL to our repository. So right now I have a virtual environment, but I'm going to deactivate it. And then I'll go ahead and add a remote URL. So I'll say git remote, then add origin, then add a remote URL. I'm also going to rename our master branch to main. So I'll say git. Sorry for this. So I'll say git branch, and then what I'll specify is that our main branch is going to be main. Then I'll go ahead and push our code to GitHub. So I'll say git push, and then basically the step that our upstream is going to be the main branch. So our remote URL, we want to push our code to the main branch. So this is going to go ahead and push our code to GitHub, and now we have our code on GitHub. So the next thing we're going to do is to be able to connect our GitHub to our Heroku, so that we'll be able to run our app. So now, hoping that everything is fine, when you go to our pizza delivery API, now I have my GitHub account connected to my Heroku account, so I can be able to basically connect them and then be able to deploy. So I'll come to the deploy section, and then when you click on connect to GitHub, you'll be prompted which GitHub to connect to. Now, since I have mine already connected to this, then I'll have access to all the repos. So what I'll do is to search for that specific repo. So I'll say pizza, and then this is going to return the list of apps I've built. So I'll come here. So this is going to be our pizza delivery. So I'll connect our repository. So right after connecting our repository, we're going to enable automatic deploys, and then after that, we're going to go ahead and deploy the main branch, because that's where our code is for now. So this is going to go ahead and build our project. So right now we see that we are running the static file command and it's compressing, so let's be a little bit patient. So right now we see that our application has been deployed on this URL. So I'm going to try to access it, so I'll come right here and open our app. So right now we see that we are having an error. So what I'll do is to actually get the logs of this error. So I'll copy our error. So I'll come right here and copy the logs. So I'm going to specify that our app is going to be our pizza delivery API, and then be able to check out this error. So right now we are not logged in, so I'll go ahead and log in with Heroku login. So this is happening because I have the Heroku CLI installed, so you need to also install it. So I'll tap any key. So this is going to open up in the browser. I'm going to authenticate. And then now I'm logged in, so the next thing I'm going to do is to be able to just come and be able to carry out our log so that we see what is happening on the server side. So we see that our database migrations have actually happened, so our tables have been created in our database, which is fine. However, we have an error, so let's see what it is. So it seems like we made a mistake in our proc file. So let's actually see what happened. So I'm going to go to our proc file right here, and hoping that I've written the command well, then I'll go ahead and fix this. So it's going to be our log file. Actually wrote it wrongly. So I'll do is to save and then commit again. So I'm going to stop our logs and then git add all, and then I'll git commit. So I'll git commit and then say fix unicorn error. So I'll go ahead and push. So we just git push. So this will push on our main branch. And since we pushed on our main branch, then right here we're going to be able to see the changes. Alright, so I'll head over to our Heroku. Now since we've enabled automatic deploys, we are going to be able to see that our changes are going to take effect. So I'll go to the overview section, and now we see that our app is building again. Hoping that everything is fine. Our application has now deployed, so let's go and check it out. So I'm going to go to our URL. When I refresh, we now see not found, meaning that our API is now working. So I'll head over to the docs section. And now this is going to bring our Swagger UI. Now everything is working. So the next thing we may need to do is actually set up our admin user on our admin dashboard. So to create our super user, what we're going to do is to run our bash on our application. So what I'm going to do is to run Heroku bash and then our app. So I'm going to specify the app as our pizza delivery API Django, which is the name of our app on Heroku. So basically what we have here is that we're going to be able to create a super user on our production API. So I'll come and run this command. And right now we see that we actually wrote the command badly. We're supposed to specify the app, which is our pizza delivery API Django. So this is going to go ahead and run our bash terminal on our production server. So right now we are in our terminal. So while we are on our terminal, we're going to go ahead and run the python manage.py create super user command. So I'll come and run it with python 3 and then manage.py and then create super user. So when I run this, we're going to be asked for the email. So I'll write our email, for example, admin@app.com. Then I provide our username, so I'll provide the username as admin, and then provide the phone number. So I'll provide my phone number, which is so after providing a phone number, I'll also provide a password. And once everything is fine, our super user has been created successfully. So right now we've been able to create our super user. So when I stop this, I'm actually going to go ahead and close this for now. And after closing this, the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and check out our admin panel. So I'll go to our Heroku app in production. So we actually opened up our app. And I'll navigate to the docs section. So I'll go to the admin section. So in this case, we're going to go to our API, then /admin. And now this is going to take us to our website admin. So right here, I'll put in our credentials, admin@app.com, and then our password. And this is going to log us into our website. So after creating our Django admin dashboard, then we're going to go ahead and test our API. So I'll come right here. What I'll do is to basically go to our project. So I'll actually come and open our app, and when I go to our /docs, I'm going to try to test out the different endpoints. So we're going to see. So right now I'm going to come and try to create a user. So I'll try to sign up a user, try it out. So I'll provide our username as, let's say, so right now we actually have a user created, so I'm going to create another user who is not a super user. So in this case I'm going to provide a name and then another email. So this is going to be at gmail.com. so I'll provide a phone number, and then I'll provide a password as well. So our password is going to be password 123. So when I try to execute, this is going to go ahead and create our user. So let's try to actually see if they can log in. So right now if we go to our login, so this is basically on the create endpoint, so it's going to create our JWT. So I'll come and log in with the user I've created. So I'll say and then at gmail.com, and then when I provide our password, I'll go ahead and execute, and then this is going to create our access token and our refresh token. So I'll copy our access token and then go to our authorize button. So I'll provide bearer and then our token. So when I authorize, right now let's try to access a protected endpoint. So I'll go to the slash to creating an order. So let's say we try creating an order. So when I create an order, let's say we create one order for large, and then let's say we want 3 large pizzas. So when I execute this, we now see that our order has been created. So right now we've seen how we can be able to deploy our API and how we can be able to use it in production. So there are instances in which you shall be faced in which our API will take long times to load. So by searching on the internet, I come across a tool called Caffeine, which helps us to basically help our app to stay awake. And this helps us to have our free app running on Heroku, but then be responsive. So what we're going to do is to make sure that we add our app to Caffeine so that it can be able to ping our Heroku app every 30 minutes so that it does not sleep. So I'll do is to copy our name. So I'll copy the pizza delivery API Django name, and then go to Caffeine and I'll add the name, and right now I'll give the app a Caffeine short. So this is going to make our app be able to be responsive. So right now what I'll do is to close this, and right now we have most of the functionality that we need. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you liked this series of videos, please leave a like and please subscribe if you're new to this channel. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next series.